Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony, who's working hard but away from the desk this week. With me today, as always, senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro, senior market strategist Jim Cagnina, and senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Maggie.
We're going to brace for impact, I think. U.S. stock futures higher. A lot of the rest of the markets are a little bit sideways, but we're going to hear from President Trump, supposedly, who is scheduled at least to appear on CNBC at around 8:30. So watch out for those tape bombs, everybody. Shai, what else what other news you watching this morning?
All right. So the U.S. is waiting on whether Iran will take part in the second round of talks before the ceasefire expires tomorrow evening. U.S. President Trump has said that J.D. Vance is ready to leave for negotiations in Pakistan, but threatened to resume the country's military operation if Iran does not make a deal. For its part, Tehran has yet to confirm its attendance in Pakistan. Trump says he's not going to be rushed into making a bad deal and that a naval blockade on Iranian ports would stay in place until a deal was signed. He is unlikely to agree to extend the ceasefire beyond late Wednesday U.S. time, he said in an interview yesterday. That said, the markets are acting as if we will get an extension of the ceasefire if no deal has been. If we get no deal, kind of same MO as that we've seen over and over again. Markets are kind of looking past what he said on that interview on Monday. Now, we did have some new news this morning. We had news from the AP that said that that officials tell the AP that Iran signals they'll attend the new round of ceasefire talks. We'll see if that happens or not. And then we had another bit of news from Fox that said Iran is preparing for a possible return to war as the ceasefire nears its end, with U.S. demands and the naval blockade stalling new talks. Tehran expects the conflict could resume. Recent reports say that Iran has spent weeks repositioning forces and updating target lists. Officials claim they are ready to launch an immediate and intensified strikes against the U.S. and Israeli forces if fighting restarts. So we'll see what happens. We're still waiting to see if that meeting does indeed happen. Moving on, we had numbers out from OPEC Plus. The 18 participants in the cut agreement dropped their crude output levels by combined 7.87 million barrels per day in March. Total production was actually 8.49 barrels per day below quotas when we exclude the compensatory cuts. Why can't I talk this morning? That said, we do say, it is about 11 to 12 million barrels a day equivalent. And this is because OPEC Plus does not include Qatar. They dropped out of OPEC Plus years ago, but we still have their production offline. It's just not the OPEC Plus numbers. Moving on, of course, since we've hit all new time highs, JP Morgan lifts their S&P 500 target to 7,600 points for this year after a downgrade to 7,200 points made just last month. Obviously, we are up, so their guesstimate is further gains of about 7% this year. The strategist's bullish call is due to a stronger outlook for technology and AI as they expect the sector to boost corporate earnings and offset lingering concerns around the Iran war. Now in tech, we have back to the circular nature of all of these big tech companies in the U.S. Amazon is investing an additional $5 billion with a B in Anthropic and may inject $20 billion more over time. The deal that strengthens ties in an increasingly competitive artificial intelligence race. The deal was struck at a valuation of $350 billion, not including the new funding. Now, Anthropic, in return, plans to spend more than $100 billion over the next month or over the next 10 years on Amazon's cloud technologies and chips. Circular nature of that whole thing. They're all very dependent on each other. This morning we had earnings out. We had 3M, GE Aerospace, and Raytheon all came out as a beat. Raytheon seeing strength in the defense business. Shocker. Also, Halliburton was a beat as well, which was interesting because they were not expected to be a beat because of the unexpected shut-ins and productions from their Middle East portfolio, but they were a beat due to demand in Latin America. So Halliburton also a beat. So earnings looking strong, but which ones are at least the ones coming out right now? Again, reiterate, Trump is expected to be interviewed on CNBC this morning at 8:30, and we have Kevin Warsh heading for the Hill at 10 a.m. Eastern Time to talk to the Senate. And last but not least, we have data today. We have at 8:15 a.m., we have ADP, just the weekly employment change. 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have Philadelphia Fed, non-manufacturing activity, and retail sales. Retail sales will be important. And then at 10 a.m. Eastern, we have business inventories and pending home sales.
A lot going on today. A lot going on. I know we're in the thick of earnings, but, you put that along with all of the potential for headlines to come out, both from Warsh and from Trump. That's a lot of potential. I don't know, but is anybody paying any attention to any of it? I'm not sure. Craig, what's your kind of setup for the day?
I think people are paying attention to Avis. Car is up another 10% pre-market. Avis is now 17% of the Dow Transport Index. We are talking about short squeezes gone wild again, kind of, caution back to the meme stock craze of a few years ago with GameStop and AMC. I think we're seeing that. Yesterday, the best performing factors in the market were the most short basket meme stocks, 1 month momentum factors. So I think this is what happens when you have a market that is in positive gamma, where indices are grinding higher. The vol is generally under control, and investors are finding that they need to chase and get their net exposures up. And so you're seeing massive short covering, massive short squeezes, and some nonsense going on again. So I think this is indicative of things that you see towards the tail end of moves rather than the beginning of moves. But, we'll see. I think there's a ton of earnings out this morning. Shai mentioned them. Both GE and 3M, big numbers, are trading down pre-market. So you have to see how the earnings reactions are. United Health also had good numbers. That stock's up. DHI is up. DHR is up. So, a little bit of a mix across the board there. But you're right. I mean, a ton of data coming out today with retail sales, and then headline risk between Warsh and Trump and who's going to Pakistan or not, what's happening in the Strait or not. I mean, I'm exhausted already just thinking about it. So, but look, I mean, there's plenty, there's plenty to do here. But look, in this kind of tape, I think what you have now is you have, because we're in earnings season, different companies, giving outlooks, beating or missing, while the indices are largely, pinned with potential for a movement based on the headline risk here. So, like I mentioned, in that positive gamma regime, dealers are, moving against the tape, right? So, as the tape moves higher, dealers are selling to dwarf some of that impact. And as the tape falls, they're buying hedges back. So, a little bit of a range bound concept there, unless we get, a big headline. As I mentioned yesterday, because we've lost a lot of the supportive flows from options expiry, if we get a big enough headline like missile attack on a ship, or the ceasefire is over, or a resumption of hostilities in the region, the market can really start to move there. So got to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, I think that it's the challenge, right? Because there's obviously trading opportunities, but you don't want to get wiped out by one of these headlines that kind of come I don't want to say out of nowhere, because we're all looking for them, right? But that just come unexpectedly. Tracy, Warsh's hearing today, we're going to talk a lot about Trump, but I'm just curious about what your thoughts are with Warsh's hearing. It's going to be so much just political grandstanding, right? Do you think we're going to get actually anything out of there?
Well, I think we will. He's going to be grilled particularly by the Democratic senators, because he is a Trump pick, and everybody thinks he was picked solely because he would cut rates because the president wants. And so I think what he says will be important. I know that there is still a chance that that confirmation could be delayed because, again, Tillis said that he won't confirm the nomination until the DOJ drops its case against Powell. So we'll have to see how that goes. But nonetheless, it's going to be very important because I think at the end of the day, he will get that confirmation, and everybody's going to be looking to see, looking to make sure that he believes that the Fed needs its independence, and also what he's going to do with the balance sheet, because he's often said that the balance sheet is too high. We need to run off the balance sheet. Everybody's going to be watching for that, and to see what he says about that.
Jim, what's on your radar this morning? What are you watching?
Well, the equity markets are incredible. So, this rally that we've had since we had these lows put in back at the beginning of the month, is incredible. As an example, the NASDAQ now is almost 2% above its all-time high that we had in October, and it did it in 3 days. So it's pretty it's interesting. It's a little bit problematic and worrisome as well, right? Because it reminds me of the gold move, right, where there's huge gold. Everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. We're rallying like crazy every single day, and then all of a sudden the bottom falls out. So I'm a little worried about it because it kind of accelerated so quick, so fast. But then when you kind of look at other markets, as an example, the Bitcoin. Yesterday, in IBIT, we had 256 million inflow into that. So it seems like there's kind of selective risk going on right now, maybe in anticipation of, this whole conflict ending or not. But then you look at Treasury bonds are kind of at the higher end of the range, but haven't really broke out. And last but not least, gold is just coiling tight sideways. And I'll do an edge report on gold, waiting to break out one way or the other. And I don't even know what the correlation is anymore between gold and crude oil and some other markets. It just changes every day. So we'll stay on our toes, but be careful if you're trading the equities today, tomorrow, this week. Keep in mind the dual kind of conflict between earnings and the macro conflict that Shai and Craig talked about.
Yeah, we just can't escape from geopolitics. Looked like we had a week where we were like, oh, okay, this is, we are going to focus on earnings, and then, of course, we had the developments over the weekend. Craig, do you think going into this, into Trump speaking, that it's just him trying to I think the assumption must be that he's just going to try to reassure the markets and kind of do his tough talk on one hand, but it's okay. We're going to get a peace deal on the other. Anybody positioned for the fact that he actually tries to message something differently now that the ceasefire's over? Doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I was trying to get some thought as to why he would choose to speak at 8:30 this morning, kind of when all this uncertainty is in the air. But then I gave it some more thought and said, why am I trying to get into the head of the president? It's really a waste of my time because I think it's impossible to really get into the head. But look, I think he wants to continue to articulate, how great the stock market is doing, how great the economy is doing. I also think he wants to get out a little bit ahead of the Warsh hearings today and kind of remind the market and Warsh that, he expects rates to come down. Now, last week, Bessent had made a comment that he felt like it was going to be okay for the Fed to, not commence rate cutting imminently because of the high inflation environment. And Trump has already kind of said, I don't agree with that. I want rates lower. And then Secretary Wright came out, I believe it was yesterday, maybe it was over the weekend, and said he didn't think that energy prices or gasoline prices were going to rapidly resume their fall to below $3. And Trump said, I don't agree with that either. I think they are going to move, lower. So again, I think this is his way of kind of getting out, speaking to the public and reminding everybody what exactly he's doing and what exactly he wants, which is higher stock market, lower yields, lower energy prices, likely a weaker dollar, a return of manufacturing jobs to America, a resumption of that, manufacturing renaissance here, and that's the articulation, that's the plan. There's been massive tax cuts this year, and so America get on board for the run into the midterms and support him. I think that's the message that he wants to see. But I don't really think we're going to hear much about the ceasefire, today, because I don't think he really knows what he wants to do. I think in an ideal world, Iran would just give in.
Wow.
Iran would give in to everything that he says. And Tracy's wow there is about the ADP. the ADP weekly employment change is up to 55,000, right? So we're talking about a labor market now that is showing some pretty good reacceleration here. So we'll see how the bond market reacts to that, over the course of the next few minutes here. But yeah, I think that's a message the president wants to articulate. The economy is good. The labor market is strong. We'll see retail sales in 15 minutes, and so everybody get on board.
Yeah,
we're gonna have a deal soon. You're gonna hear that deal soon.
Or
For sure.
Or Tracy, what do you? I mean, there is for the bulls, for all of this sort of skepticism about what's happening. We do have earnings coming in, and now we're seeing some economic data that sort of supports that, I suppose.
That supports. I mean, if we have a strong labor market, and the thing is if we have a stronger labor market, which is at least the numbers coming in sort of look like that. Now, whether you agree with the BLS numbers or not, no matter how you feel about that, that's what we have to go on. And the ADP numbers, which are a little more reliable, but still only a certain portion of the economy. And trust me, there are all sorts of problems with the numbers, but this is what the Fed is looking at. So if we've got a stronger labor market than anticipated, if these numbers continue to do well, and we already know we're going to see an uptick in inflation because of energy input costs, even though they don't include energy. You have to remember, energy is an input cost for every business, no matter what. And so that will filter down into inflation. So if we're seeing higher inflation, better labor market, you're going to have a hard time for the Fed to justify cutting rates anytime soon.
Yeah. Comment in the chat, dig into the quality of jobs being created. You're absolutely right. Right. Like that matters. But again, when you see that headline number.
Well, exactly. And it's all healthcare. The BLS numbers are all healthcare, which is essentially just another extension of the government. And that's where most of the growth is coming from. We're not seeing it in other sectors, but it's still, those are the numbers that we have to go by, or those are the numbers that the Fed is watching. So
out of curiosity, did ADP come out already? And I'm not seeing any movement.
Yeah, it did. It was 54,000 or 50, almost 55,000, let's just say.
And no market reaction, Jim?
No, I'm looking at a bond market right now just to see, but nothing.
Yeah, it's just the weekly number. And so, and that's like a rolling number. So really, I think the monthly number is more important. If you remember, the weekly number kind of came out when the government was shut down. We didn't have BLS numbers. Yeah. So
but it is interesting. I'm looking here, 2-year yields are making a high for the day. 55,000 average weekly gain for the last 4 weeks is the biggest number that we've seen, I think, since this data series has been reported. If you remember, the reason they started to report it was combination of the government shutdown, but also Fed Governor Waller kind of leaked that the Fed got this data and the public didn't get this data. And so that was kind of accidental on his part. And so ADP reacted to that and started providing the data out to the public. And so it's just a reminder, this is the data that the Fed gets. This is the inter-month data that the Fed will be looking at into the meeting next week. And so if they're seeing a labor market that may print 200,000 jobs in the month of April, which is what this data would suggest, there's going to be more talk about a stabilization in the labor market, and amidst the high inflation that we continue to see, the prospects for rate cuts are going to continue to get pushed out here. And there's really not much that Warsh is going to be able to do about it early on if this is the kind of economy that we have. Sure, the quality of jobs are under question, and the wages associated with those jobs are going to be questioned. But, Fed looks at that overall number too and saying that there's really not a tremendous sign of labor market deterioration yet. There's really not a sign that the AI labor displacement thesis is picking up much momentum yet. So, no real reason for them to be thinking about providing more accommodation to this economy. Kind of puts the president in a little bit of a weird spot too, because, he wants to talk about the economy being the hottest economy ever. And look, there's signs that the economy is doing incredibly well. And so you have that, but also asking for the Fed to cut rates despite inflation being quite elevated. It's just a weird narrative. And I think the market's, doesn't really expect there to be much momentum on rate cuts, anytime soon, even if Warsh gets in there.
Yeah. This is why it might be interesting to hear from him today, though, because you got to think they're going to come up with some creative explanation as to why they should be able to. And he's kind of a reformer, right? He's been kind of talking about maybe the Fed's not operating the way it should. Now, that might be the balance sheet, but there's a lot of conversation about what they really understand about inflation as well. A lot of people talking about the lower K. We're going to get those retail sales in a moment. Lower K, TMAC trading, lower K lost any discretionary spending they had with higher gas, electricity, healthcare. Again, it's worth pointing out that we're in this sort of bifurcated economy. So when you're looking at the econ data as a measure of how we're doing, it'll be interesting to see what those retail sales say. I just wanted to point out something as we getting ready to hand over to Jim in a second. I think it's really interesting because I think everyone's going to listen to Trump, and it's worth pointing out, he's talking to Joe Kernan. That is a friend. That is not somebody who's going to ask him actually any questions that don't make him look good. So we're not really going to get like a pressing interview on this. At least that's my sense of it, having watched them before. And everyone's going to be looking maybe for him to talk about Iran, but he may just focus on the domestic economy. We have the midterms coming. There's a story on the big war chest they have. The poll numbers are terrible. He's kind of been trying to talk about affordability again. So we may not get anything on Iran. We may just get the sort of stumping for the domestic economy, which would, it'll be interesting, but it may be not the cue everyone's looking for in terms of what's happening with the ceasefire. Hard to imagine he won't get asked about it, but who knows? And Streamside saying midterms are everything, and they're going to dominate a lot of what's going to happen here as we turn the corner. Craig, last any thoughts from you on anything else that's on your radar aside from those two things? Like, what do you think is going to be most important today?
I do think that retail sales number will be an interesting data point because it will provide the really, the best first read of actual hard data. How has the economy been impacted by the war? And so, we're looking, the credit card data has been quite robust. It's been largely driven by headline gasoline sales, right? So we'll see, under the hood, has core retail sales really kept pace? Have we started to see deterioration in that momentum because more money is being spent on gasoline and not in the real economy? So that kind of argues for the lower part of the K-shaped economy, getting worse thesis, right? That I've been talking about. The chat's been mentioning it this morning. The lower part was struggling before the war, and is now struggling even more, after the war, and so or after war, during the war, and what's going on now, but. You're right. I think the president needs to and wants to move on from this, and he wants to start talking about the economy. He wants to start talking about affordability. He wants to start, regenerating momentum for Republicans into the midterms here. And so I think he'd like to just see this conflict go away. And I don't get the sense that he's ready to, re-engage in further military operations, but I also don't get the sense that Iran's willing to just give up here either. So we may just be in a situation where we're kind of at a stalemate, a ceasefire, an extended ceasefire. That's not really going to do much to eradicate the supply chain issues in the Middle East, right? We're not going to see ships moving more rapidly, and maybe Trump thinks that that doesn't really bother him because the U.S. economy is doing great. We're a relative cost advantage here on energy because we're a net energy exporter. We have cheap natural gas. We're bringing back manufacturing jobs. The labor market is okay. So maybe that's the message that he wants to say and say, we'll just, whenever Iran wants to get to the table, we'll deal with it. But if they don't, we'll just kind of keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, which won't provide much certainty. All right, we're going to get to the data when it comes out. But right now it is time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right. Well, QQQ Trader asked about Treasury bonds, so let's pop that up right now. This is a daily candle chart on the Treasury bonds. When I logged in this morning, cash yield was about 4.87. Right now, we have this kind of like this isn't your regular hamburger bun. This is like a Big Mac, right? We have support at the bottom here, and that's approximately that 113. It starts around 113.10. We have the top of the hamburger bun, and this is our resistance level at 114.25. In the middle, a little bit of an inflection point based on the old area of resistance there, right around at 1400 even. So that's kind of lays the playing field out. Right now, the moving averages are sloping upward still. There's a little bit of a crossover the 8 over the 21. We're tapping up though against this. Look at this 50 EMA. That's that purple line kind of going down here, and that is really guiding, providing a guide for the top of this market right now. Today is a complete doji, price uncertainty, 114 and 18, 30 seconds, or you could say price happiness. So when I'm thinking about this market, I'm looking at this consolidation range really between the top of my rectangle and the mid part of my rectangle right now. And so I'm thinking sideways market until something happens. And of course, rate cuts are projected way out into the future, as Craig just mentioned. So, that's the range I'm trading on, right? Trying to sell up by the purple line, try to buy down by the rectangle. That's kind of my feeling of what makes good sense today. Let's shoot over to gold, though. Gold is very interesting because gold is kind of consolidating here. And let me just pull up a daily chart right here. These EMAs, look at these EMAs. They're straight across. They're going sideways. They're following each other. I mean, this is literally the 8, the 21, and the 50 EMA, right? And what does that tell us? Well, momentum's kind of vanished. We're in a consolidation range. Volatility is compressed, but is building, and no edge really for trend following setups, right? So again, sideways here. I do have this area of resistance here, that 48.60 line in the sand, where we actually closed above it a couple days ago, but now we're kind of back down, touching all three of those, kind of pinned by the moving averages. We have the 50% outside fib, also kind of a short-term support for the last 5 sessions. So again, that's coiling. It's tight, small bodies of candles, no trend whatsoever. RSI is like sleepy. Intraday, we do some targets though, right? We've been trading below VWAP the whole session long. This white line is that session volume weighted average price. I anchored this thing from the start of the session last night at 6 p.m. And it's just, look at we had the high of the day was the high of the Asian IB. The bottom of the day was the low of the London IB, and we're driving toward that low right now. Point of control in a small case B distribution right here is approximately 4,800. It's actually 4803, and we're trading at it right now. This is price happiness right now. Kind of a decent, I would say, value area for the volume profile right now. Relatively bell-shaped curve, but you have that tail on the top as well. So smack dab in the middle of the London IB at this point. Zero DT put support could be a little bit pivotal today. Right now, it is acting as support, right? So if I drew a rectangle, and I'm going to just draw one really quickly here, this kind of short-term area of support, this is a 30-minute candle, by the way, everybody. We just keep bouncing up against it, and then buyers are bringing us back in. So keep an eye on the zero DTE put support, 4,800. Start getting candles closed below it. Then we could get an acceleration to the downside. And of course, we got session low as a target. We have S1 as a target way down here at 47.80. Below that one-day min at 47.56, and then the previous session's lows at 47.52. If things turn around and we start trading above VWAP and buyers get control, again, my target's going to be that JAX 2 level, which kind of frames the top of the conversation here at 48.50. In my humble opinion, unlikely to break through to the upside here to get to that R1 or even that zero DTE call resistance at 48.80, but those targets are looming. They're out there. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Maggie and Shai.
All right,
Oh,
thank
the panel.
and Craig, we got the whole crew sticking around because we have that data coming
That's
out.
all of us.
Sorry, I know I'm going on muscle memory. My bad. I should have read the show flow today.
That's okay. I wasn't even sure myself that data was coming out. We're still trying to recover from our fun weekend, but Tracy's going to bring us that when it comes. And I just want to mention ahead of that, the poll that we have in the chat every day, which has been split a lot across the board, like no real indication. A majority of you are bullish today, with 2020, the rest of you 2020 between neutral and bearish. So, we saw those forecasts being raised. A lot of people are just kind of, I guess, following the momentum and taking advantage of that. So just kind of interesting posture. But we mentioned, as we look for retail, we have a lot of potential headlines. We have the data. We already had ADP. We've got Warsh at the confirmation hearing, and we have President Trump, who might be speaking with Joe Kernan any moment on CNBC. So there's going to be a lot to get through today.
Bonds are kind of front running this a little bit. We're tagging Jack's one down toward the bottom of the range today. Because it got the report early.
Expectations. What's your feeling about expectations coming into that? Were people looking for, like, what would be a surprise here?
The expectations are for retail sales to be 1.4%. Prior was 0.6%. So looks like people are expecting something pretty decent. We'll see. And retail sales came in at 1.7%. Ex-auto, 1.9%. Ex-auto and gas at 0.6%. All much higher. And then Philadelphia well, that hasn't come in yet for some reason. Never mind. So retail sales better than expected.
Yeah. So ex-gas is important though, right? Because gas counts for retail sales. So, but 0.6%.
Exactly. So, but it's higher than prior, which was 0.4%. Survey was for lower at 0.3%. So it did come in better than expected.
Yeah, bonds are selling off on the news. It did not like it.
Yeah, this is
look, I mean, this is the core group. Retail sales was revised higher for last month to 0.6% month on month, and then this month comes in at 0.6% month on month on the higher revised month from last month. So, we're talking about a core retail sales environment that remains, reasonably robust here. And so the bond market isn't going to like that, right? You're seeing 2-year yields move higher now, up 3.5 almost 4 basis points to above 375. So rate cuts, starting to be removed again. You're seeing the dollar rally, which makes sense, right? If the U.S. is the best performing economy, in the world amidst the global supply chain issues, which is probably the case given the net energy position, you'd expect to see the dollar rally. So dollar up. Yields up. You're seeing gold negative reaction on back of that. So
silver negative.
Yeah. So we'll see as far as equities are concerned, right? Can equities hold on? Without believing that the Fed accommodation is going to come later, we'll see. But if earnings hold in there, then it will. And so we've seen some good reports this morning, some bad ones. But unfortunately, again, like the fog of war stuff, we kind of got to get through it. Next 48 hours are going to be instrumental to see if the ceasefire gets continued or if, we resume hostilities. And so head on a swivel as always.
All right. Good stuff. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Craig and Jim, I know you're going to be watching to see if any headlines come out for Trump, which we appreciate, but we will see you in the chat.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thanks.
All right. Let's take a quick look at who's going to be on the lineup for the day before we get to our guest. Kicking things off in just a few moments is Alex Campbell. Later, TTrades is here for Tape Talk. Jump in the chat, as always, and let him know if there's anything specific you want him to look at, especially given the fact that we have markets moving a little bit now. Jack and Chris will be here to trade the open, and we've got Nick for a tick and Salma for midday markets. Trading the close will be Joey, XY, and Leo. Great lineup as always. All right, right now let's bring in Alex Campbell, founder and CEO of Rose AI and Campbell Ramble Substack. Hi, Alex. Thanks so much for being with us.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Awesome stuff. Trace, you want to take the first one?
Sure. All right. So, let's get right into it. So we still have this war going on, uncertainty about that. We still have a ton of disruption in supply chains from everything from oil to gas to all sorts of other natural resources, fertilizer, et cetera. Markets seem to be completely brushing this off, all-time highs. Retail sales, at least according to the numbers that came out this morning, don't seem terrible. It doesn't look like gas is cutting into consumer spending yet, anyway. So what are your thoughts on what are your broad thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, I think the retail sales number is pretty interesting and instructive of the direction of monetary policy. With higher energy prices, higher gasoline, the real cruxy question, I think, for policymakers and for people who are in the market around rates is, will consumers or households lever up into this, or will they, reroute consumer spending away from the broader economy and into energy? And so part of the reason you're seeing that move, and maybe more, is if we have strong earnings and stocks are good and consumers are not willing to cut back their other expenses, that's inflationary. It's an inflationary good stocks environment, and it puts the Fed in a real bind in terms of trying to manage the inflationary impact that's already working its way through the system with higher energy prices and the potential, tail of that situation. And so right now, stocks are basically benefiting from a couple of things. One, the peace news, the expectation of lower energy prices going forward, along with the expectations of easing monetary policy and strong earnings. And so it's kind of Goldilocks. When you add in the short squeeze, that explains what's been happening the last couple of days. But it really does show the bind that policymakers are in, not just in the US, but in the developed world in general.
Yeah, Alex, I feel like there are a lot of, market folks who are also feel like they're in a bind because especially people who like yourself and Tracy really understand the commodity complex because they're looking at what's happening and they see the potential for shortages, for all sorts of disruptions that don't look like they've hit the market yet. And yet the market's like running, off to the races and kind of thinks that you're all doomers, right? Like, wait, everything's good. Look at the economic data. Look at all this. And you're going to get that reinforced probably by the president today. How are you making sense of what seems like a dislocation? I mean, are you all trying to figure out if you're wrong or is this thing coming? Are we in an air pocket and this thing is coming at us?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that so much of the value of stocks comes from that terminal value and comes from long dated risk premiums, as opposed to, say, spot oil, which is the price of, the demand and supply balance of oil tomorrow. And so the bridge between those two worlds for me is basically agricultural prices right now. I'm long food, I'm long corn, wheat, and sugar, because in a world where energy prices maintain high. This is on the war leg of the trade, if you think about it. In a world where Hormuz remains closed for a long time, fertilizer prices remain tight. Real economic behavior regarding agriculture is going to shift. Sugar is going to shift from cane is going to shift from sugar to ethanol. You'll see panic buying in the Middle East for wheat, and then eventually the fertilizer flow through to corn. It might take a while. But we'll eventually hit corn prices. Now, we're coming into this with pretty oversupplied, agricultural markets. And so that's why you had this kind of dynamic laid out. But what you're seeing is, it's important to always look at these curves where, the curve for energy is really backwardated, meaning spot is extremely tight. And, we were coming into this, again, oversupplied. And so the back end or the further out prices are kind of pricing in more sanguine outcomes. I think the thing to watch if you are, of course, if we get peace tomorrow and the strait opens up, entirely, that sure, the December oil will probably, fall or whatever, but there's a lot of room in those energy prices to increase in the back end of the curve. I think a lot of people stare at the spot price, but it's really that 3, 6, 12-month out part of the oil futures curves and the energy futures curves, which tells you how much damage there's going to be. It's not that big a deal to pay $200 a barrel for 1 barrel of oil. If 2 years of oil is $200 a barrel, that's devastating to a lot of these emerging market economies. And then you also see that the balance of the U.S. today being basically an energy supplier to the world, as opposed to in the 70s, where we kind of have our muscle memory, where we were very vulnerable to energy prices. And so, so far, U.S. energy complex has been relatively unscathed, and we see, more demand for our exports. That's good for our current account, that kind of thing. Really, the pain will come if monetary policy has to change in reaction to that inflationary impulse. That is where you'll see the market darlings who are pricing in the AI revolution kind of have to come to terms with a higher cost of capital materially. That's the flow through that you really need to watch. And so, it's right to stare at bonds pretty heavily these days.
Absolutely. And you brought up, well, we had ADP this morning came in much higher than expected at almost 55,000. So the numbers have been looking okay, good, better than expected. And you mentioned AI, and there's kind of been this kind of a doomer narrative in the market that AI is going to take everybody's jobs and everybody's going to, be on UBI, and it's going to be awful. I'm sure you read that Citrini report. But so what are your thoughts on the labor market right now? Because obviously that's also, that's the second mandate of the Fed.
Yeah, I mean, most of the big productivity shifts in the data come from either a secular productivity shift or a recession, where a bunch of people get laid off and more output is with less labor. And so to me, it seems more likely that in the next period of economic weakness, some of those kind of more bearish labor market condition stories play out when firms are looking at their stock prices and having to react to declining margins and higher risk premiums priced on their stocks, and they need to do something in order to kind of fix their underlying business. That's when you'll see the really big moves in labor as a result of AI. I think you will get automation for sure. I don't think you'll get a situation where ChatGPT 7 comes out and we fire everybody because it's so good. I mean, anyone who has actually used these models or tried to deploy them or work with big financial institutions or corporations or any of that stuff, that's what we do, knows how much work goes into actually just using them in a real way. I mean, it's pretty easy to take an email and copy paste it into Claude or GPT and say, make this better, and it does a good job of that. But when you hear about automation of labor, you have to think about all of the things that are included in a job. And the notion that all of those things will get automated at once is pretty far-fetched. What you will see is that 80% of the kind of tasky paperwork type things will be done much, much faster by much fewer people. And so it won't be that jobs will entirely disappear. It'll be that the least productive members of those job pools will not be needed. And that's how the economy works. Where are all the farmers? Where are all the lamplighters? Where are all the people, picking coal off of the train tracks and stuff? Like, these are things that we wouldn't want people to do anymore. I think there's a lot of hysteria around, this notion that a job has some sort of intrinsic value, whereas, a job is something that is so painful you have to pay someone to do because we can't do it. The whole point of the economy is to slowly find ways to supplement human energy with, mechanical or digital energy. And so I'm very bullish on AI. I think it will lead to job displacement. I think that is by and large a good thing if it's done responsibly with the right buffers. And I think that's a national conversation and a world conversation that's ongoing. Will we see more inequality? 100%. Will that put strain on political, systems? We're already seeing that across different kinds of societies. But you have to remember that the world where it's hard to see a doctor or filling out an insurance claim is painful, or getting the right medication for your animal or pet or whatever is painful. This is what the service economy is. I have a joke that's like, in 50 years, our great grandkids or whatever are going to look back and say, wait a second, people were worried that all these fake email jobs went away. Like those seemed like pretty inhumane ways to live. So I'm an optimist.
I love it. We needed to hear some of that optimism, I think, today, Alex.
Right.
And I love the idea that a job is something so painful you have to pay people to do it. I never thought about it that way. I feel much better about why I feel angst sometimes. I think that this is, I think, why you're seeing tech manifestos put out, and but all of what you say is so true. I think the problem is we are not having a dialogue about it. It's going to hit young people entering the workforce this time in a way that we haven't seen before. And, are we really figuring out how to make that transition away from the things that we shouldn't be wasting our time doing, but sort of skill and have a sort of national conversation how to redirect? That's not happening right now. And I think that's what's really scary to people. But I think I appreciate you articulating that, because I think that's the other side of it that we don't hear enough about, which is fantastic. How lucky are we that we have somebody that talks high-level AI and commodities in the same conversation? We need sort of like an hour with you, Alex, to do that, but we're gonna take the tiny little time we had and savor it. But thank you so much for joining us. That was great stuff.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. It's true, Tracy. We don't often get somebody who has a sort of a foot in both worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a macro great guy.
Okay, Trace, great to see you. We will see you in the chat. I know you guys are going to be trying to watch and see what Trump and Warsh is saying. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks so much. All right, let's bring in TTrades for Tape Talk. This portion of the stream is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Good morning, TTrades. What you watching today? I think you're muted, T.
Yep, I was muted. I'm not really watching too much, just kind of an overview of what's going on we can go over.
Yeah, let's give it to us.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can go ahead and start with the dollar. And taking a look at the dollar, we spoke last week, and let me get up these higher time frame candles here. We spoke last week about the dollar reaching into its previous monthly low as a target, and we hit our previous monthly low as a target. And so now I'm just looking for the reaction around here, right? If we get a nice aggressive move back higher and this close over this level, I can see, the dollar reaching back up into this range, back up into this gap. But if we fail to get that reaction, then I'm going to be looking for another leg lower. I would personally not really prefer to look at the dollar or currencies right now, because we've had a large expansion. We hit our target, and then now we're kind of consolidating. So this is typically when I prefer to avoid price, as after the expansion has already occurred. So that's kind of the dollar. There's not much there, and it's kind of the similar across the market. So if we take a look at indices, we went right through this high where we could have formed a reaction, and then we just expand all the way into the previous highs. And so now I'm looking for, this is kind of a very, one of the biggest moves aggressive wise that I've seen. And so now I'm just looking to see, can we get some sort of consolidation or retracement here? Because I personally don't want to long above the highs when we have no swing point since last Monday. And so with that, I'm looking to see, switch charts. I'm looking to see, can we get some sort of retracement here? So I'm looking to see if we can get a reaction here on Tuesday, and either today or tomorrow reach back into this Monday low. And then there I can see if we get a reaction to go back higher or if we go back lower. And so with days like this, I prefer to be long in line with the monthly candle, but there's times where I personally cannot look long. And that's one of those times where we're very overextended. And so I'm just looking to see if we can get some sort of retracement or reversal intraday. And so taking a look on the hourly chart here, what does that look like? Well, if we're going to form a reaction here, I want to see how we trade into these lows, or basically these overnight lows, London lows. And if we react there, great, then we can go higher. If we don't react there, then I'm going to be looking towards our previous day low, which is down here.
Sorry, I muted myself. It's contagious. Sorry, I was busy typing. Just want to mention there are some headlines coming across as President Trump is speaking on CNBC, or was speaking on CNBC, saying he expects the U.S. to make a great deal with Iran. And so, I mean, that's just kind of feeding into the positive momentum we had. But we did see, we had some better than expected retail sales earlier. We saw a little movement in bonds. We saw gold look like it was going down. Are you watching gold at all? Because some people in the chat are.
Yeah, gold and metals, I'm actually a little bit bearish on currently. And if we just go take a look at it, what do we have? We have this super large range, and we'll talk about silver because that's what we actually spoke about We had this really large range in the previous month. And then I talked about silver and gold retracing back up into the range, right? And we do get this very slow and shallow retracement back up into the range. And if you notice, silver takes out this high and gold is back into the middle of that range, right? Where we were talking about it. And so for here, it's more of just a consolidation to me. So if we're at the higher end of this little range here, then yes, I can see, gold to go ahead and drop back lower into the lower end of this range, or the same thing for silver reaching back, a little bit lower, and then we can see the reaction. So currently this is something where I was fairly bullish since this low here. This is kind of the area where, okay, we're either going to get a continuation through this or we can reverse here. And so then this is where, profit taking can make sense. And so I don't really have too much of a bias on this other than a day-to-day. And you can notice if you just look at the daily chart here, it's not super clean, right? This previous day took out all these highs here. So I want to see if we can trade a bit lower back into this low. So I would just be looking for Tuesday here or Wednesday to go into this low. And then I want to see how we react there.
The follow-up question on that, Andrea asking, do you see the current leg on gold similar to the one we got in February after the sell-off? It seems we are struggling to push up, and the moment markets will have a bear signal, I expect a dump.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Similar to silver is we get this reaction here, right? And do we get a very bullish move, right? What does a bullish move look like? Well, it's that V shape. We have this reversal and then we can expand. If we take a look at gold here, do we get that expansion? No, it's kind of lethargic, right? And it's just a slow grind up. And that's why I'm saying I'm treating this as a range. So basically this area here to this area here, I'm just viewing that as a range. So we have a move lower, a move higher, and then a consolidation range. Right here, we took out this consolidation range high. And so then that's what's telling me that I would be bearish for today, right? And I don't try to predict something 3 weeks in advance. I just go day by day. So I'd be bearish for today. I'd see how it closes, be bearish for tomorrow, bullish tomorrow. It depends on the daily close, right? But right now this is leaning more bearish to me than bullish, right? So I'm more bearish on metals. And then it's kind of the same thing here where, we take out this low on oil. We were talking about this, this setup here yesterday on Tuesday going lower, or not yesterday on Tuesday, last week on Tuesday. So do we get a retracement? Do we get a reversal, or do we fail to do that, right? So I'm really looking on oil today. Do we move higher? If this moves higher, then I expect indices to form that high and go lower. If we don't do that and just, consolidate or don't do much, well, then I'm not really expecting indices to do much either. But I'm more so bullish on oil, bearish on metals, and bearish on indices currently.
So just want to keep everyone up to date. So I just mentioned before Trump, and this is the nature of what we deal with in a headline-driven environment, Trump speaking, saying he expects the U.S. to make a great deal with Iran, and then Craig just putting in the chat, Trump on Iran, I'm not going to be rushed. I mean, so,
Yeah, usually a lot of those headlines I think are the opposite of what you should do. A lot of times I think they're just setting up moves. I don't know if you looked at the volume when, he makes a headline and 20 minutes before there's a huge volume in, futures or puts, whatever. So like for me, I don't really care what he says. I'm just going to look at the chart. So for me, if we're at this low here, right, on oil, and we're at this high on indices, to me that favors, risk to reward wise, a move lower on indices and a move higher on oil. And so with that, that's why I said we can take a look at ES, right? I'd be focused on NQ today, and I just want to see, can NQ trade into this low, and then how do we react at this low? Are we going to go lower or not? So I don't really care too much for the headlines. I think a lot of it is a bit of noise and just trying to distract or manipulate moves. So I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, that's the wise thing to do and the intellectual thing to do, but it's kind of hard when you're getting hit with this. And Trump saying he's surprised the stock market's done so well. He thought it would be down 20%, which strikes me as an odd comment to make. But did you walk through? I was busy looking at Trump when you first came on, T. My apologies. Did you walk through bonds? Are you looking at bonds there? Did you give us?
No, I didn't look at bonds.
You want to pull that up since we have the Fed Chair Warsh, we had data. Looked like there was a little bit of a reaction to all of that, to the data this morning, but we'll see if it actually made a dent. I think everyone's still waiting for the Iran stuff, but
yeah, I mean, this doesn't tell me too much. it's kind of similar. We had that trend last month, and then what do we retrace or reverse? Right now we're just kind of consolidating. So I would just use this as a whole entire range here. And so are we closer to this side of the range or this side of the range? This side. So I would just be bullish on bonds up into this 115 level, and then see how we react there. The lower time frames don't look too great. We have a decent V shape there, but I would just be looking for us to go into this side of the range. I don't really look at bonds much, so.
So what are you feeling like you might be concentrating on the most today?
I would say I would be focused on NASDAQ, looking for, does it make this bearish move? Which is what I'd be focused on around the open or slightly before the open. And then I just want to see how we react at this level, which is right around 26,785 on the continuous contract, because this is where, in my opinion, we either form a low, for the day, that daily wick, or we fail to do that, and then we can move across the range. And this does have the structure of a potential for a larger bearish day, just because it hasn't really made much range, and then it has reversed. So we'll see if we can get an hourly closure below this level. If we do, then we have a potential for a decent bearish day, which can make sense given the fact that we have gone basically straight up for the last however many days that is, 11, or if you're including the low, like 17.
Yeah, which has been incredible. Srin asking Bitcoin, please.
Mm-hmm. So Bitcoin, kind of similar. I've spoke about this. We have this super large range, and then this is a consolidation. And the main thing I'm just focused on is, well, if this is a range, I'm focused on the highs and the lows of the range. So here we take out the high in the range. Do we get a reaction? And we do. And so for me, the way this closes here, I would be bearish on this as long as we don't take out this high. And so I'm looking for price to not close over that. It did close over it, but I'd be seeing if we can form a reversal right here to go back into these lows here. And that's about it. I don't really have much of an opinion on Bitcoin. If you notice, it's not really trending. It's not really doing much. And so that's something I want to stay away from. But it makes sense to, if we're going to get a reversal, it'd be at this previous month's high. We have a decent V shape. So really it's just, do we intraday respect this current high of the day? So if we go in here, I'll clean up my drawings a little. Do we respect this high here? So I just want to see if we respect this high and can get a continuation lower, that works. If we don't and we start to trade the other way, then it's more of an invalidation trade to this previous high. So it's more of a reaction game for Bitcoin. To me, that's not clean at all.
Shai just put in the chat, Trump says U.S. should always have the lowest interest rate in the world. Someone else is asking, what indicator is that showing the higher time frame bars on the right side of the chart?
This is my indicator. You can find it on my website if you want, but it's just my indicator that marks out my model. So when I have my model form, it will just do all the markings for me because I'm essentially pretty lazy. So
that wasn't the word I was going for, too. But Trader Annie asking about DXY as well.
Dollar. Yeah, we started with dollar, but we can review it one more time. Dollar, I'm just kind of interested in, does it close over this level today? I want to see, after taking out our previous month's low, the reaction we get. And so generally speaking here, I would want to see price reach up into this level. And then I want to see, do we react there? Because if we react there, then we can go reach for these lows over here. If we don't react there, then I'll be looking towards this gap here. So for me, the thing to watch this week is we just took out a low. Can we reach into this area? If we do, what is the reaction there? And so I would just be watching the reaction or the daily closure at that level. It's very similar to how I would approach oil right here, right? We take out these lows. How do we react in this level? Well, this is a very bearish reaction, so then you can look lower, right? If oil would have went and closed through this level, not respecting it, well, then you'd be looking for oil to the highs, right? So it's just a reaction game.
And this is interesting. JT Ripper asking, doesn't bond futures confirm or reject index move? Bond futures seem to be lagging the ES.
I personally don't use that intermarket analysis. It's kind of the same thing. I don't use the dollar or anything really for indices. The main thing is if I have too much stuff that I watch to confirm a move, then that just prevents me from actually executing a move. confidently. So I prefer to just focus mainly just on futures. On the higher time frames, currently I'll also use oil just because geopolitically it makes sense right now, and they are fairly correlated if you look at how they've been trading when they formed a low, when they didn't form a low. And so that's really all I use right now. I personally don't use bonds. I know some people can. That's great if you do. It's just not something I do.
Makes sense, and what you do works, which is awesome. So thank you so much, T. Great setup for the day, and it's going to be one where we have a lot of headlines. So
yeah,
thank you so much for that, and good luck.
Yeah, I would just focus on NQ and see how we react at this level. I would want to see the open kind of push us into that level and see if we go lower or higher from that area.
All right, thanks so much, TTrades. Appreciate you.
Yep.
All right, well, that was an awesome setup for the day. As we have been talking about throughout, Trump is speaking in real time, and we are following the headlines. They're kind of all over the place, but it seems like the market really hanging on to that idea that they're going to make a great deal with Iran. So they're kind of looking for the good news. We had some positive momentum in stocks, retail better than expected, but it looks like bonds and everything else are kind of hanging on for the moment. Any news coming out surrounding Iran. So that's sort of interesting. And I mentioned earlier, we've got the bulls are the majority in the poll today, which has been kind of split across the board most days, but it looks like everyone is going to continue to kind of chase that momentum. All right, next up, we've got Trade the Open with Jack and Chris. Hello, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good morning.
Hey, Maggie. Good morning.
It's great to see you both. It was so fun to meet you in person. You're awesome.
Yeah, you too.
It was a fun Saturday night.
I somehow failed epically on the picture taking, but thankfully other people did a good job. So there's some fun ones that were posted. But we're all back to business. So how are you guys feeling today? Jack, how are you feeling about the day?
You know what? The one setup I'm kind of looking in the indexes set up until it breaks is just the halfway back long from the Sunday night open. It worked really well yesterday in the S&P 500. The further we go higher, the deeper the setup becomes below. So 7134 and 26,718 are my two sweetheart levels for the NASDAQ and the ES. I'm going to be waiting on that higher time frame setup. I'm coming in the morning short the yen. Which is, I haven't been short the yen or the 6J, I should say, here in a while. So I'm going to see what happens with that. But then I have my little scanner here, which helping me a little better with my market selection. It keeps everything that I'm looking at all in one page because, I can only share mostly two markets on here, but at maximum 4. Anytime everything lines up here, I can just gravitate towards that. So going into the open, I got a pretty bearish read on gold and a bullish read on oil. So I'm going to be focused on those markets too here today.
Yeah, awesome. We saw gold moving a bit. Stocks just all about Trump, but gold was moving a bit on that data. Chris, what about you?
So we have a divergence here in ES and NQ at these highs. And if that stays, then that could sort of indicate a potential high on this, 2.5 week move that we've seen. NQ did take out prior week high and ES has not. So what I would like to see from both is this sort of retracement that we're seeing here before the open into London low. Can it hold and can we bounce and go back to make new highs? And that would sort of continue this staircase move higher. If not, then that's an early indication that we can retrace back down into some support lows. For NQ, I am looking at this 705, 715 area, which would be back testing the breakout from yesterday. And if we lose that, we have 620s. I mean, we just have so many supports from the last few days that that's what I'm looking to buy. And I would be surprised if we go right through them. But as long as we stay above all-time highs, to me, it's just a sideways to higher market. And it's just about waiting for those spots for price to come into.
Awesome. I like the energy today. You guys are on it. Well, listen, I'm going to let you get to it. Good luck. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Maggie.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care. Enjoy your day.
Dude, I love the line setups you got, like the scenarios.
Oh, yeah.
That you go out. Yeah. I mean, I got so many different charts up that I haven't spent the time doing all that, but that looks really clean. I really like how you do that. But yeah, good morning, everybody. But good morning, Nash, Cooper, the regulars. We got the regulars in here.
Oh, where Cooper at?
Cooper
Cooper in the
here.
house.
Cooper in the house. Cooper in the house. Yeah, we are sharing a stylist. Me and Chris have decided we're going to wear the same thing every day.
Yeah, we have our uniform on, guys.
I actually just opened it up. I got back in Chicago at my house probably at like 8:30 last night and opened up those packages this morning. I was like, you know what? I'm going to wear it. I'm going to wear it. And here I am. Yeah, but I don't think we're wearing the same pants yet because we haven't been given those pants, but we'll wrap their sweater.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. So I got Merritt must still be on vacation because this isn't normally my session, but me and Chris do go way back. So I'm excited to be here on a Tuesday morning with Chris. Longtime associates, but the first time we met was I think in person this weekend.
Yeah.
What is that? This market analyzer is something I've built. I tell you what, I did finally finish a code for you guys that I promised I'd get done by Miami, buddy. I'm going to be sharing that. I just got to meet with Mike over at the NinjaTrader team, who's kind of in charge of the coding and get it on the platform. But one of the things I'm going to be sharing is this yellow barcode, which I refer to often, as well as the on the top there. All that is measuring when you have an ATR expansion, and then it calculates what the size of the average true range is, multiplies it by 150%, and then spits out the dollar value of if you were to use that as a size or a target or a stop, I should say. It tells you the dollar value risk. I know, Chris, you use a lot of ATR targets, don't you?
Mine are standard deviations.
Okay.
It's, whether it's a high, volume day or a low, I still use that because the way I see it is I'm going to manage the risk for the account first. And then I'll just, depending on the day, I can see it in real time. I'll just, hold. But you do it a little bit different.
Yeah. So like standard deviations, what are you're measuring just like the standard deviation off the VWAP or?
No, off the my entry and stop.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'm looking for 2 standard deviations away from the spread between my entry and the stop in order to take partials.
Cool.
And then I'm just looking for, as many R multiples for the day. But we'll see. Let's see what happens. We do have a divergence here on prior week high. So if we do not push back out, then we're probably going to get a little nice pullback. It was nice meeting you, Liam.
He's turkey hunting. That's what he's doing. That's why he had the beard too, is get the camo on. The turkeys can't see a face through.
Yeah, he was ready.
Through the beard.
How many R's? All the R's today. Okay, every day. That should be our goal. You're new here, Anta. Welcome.
Well, if you're new, well, I guess if you can't type in the chat and you're subscribed. So thank you for being subscribed and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. But yeah, if you're new here and they're not typing in the chat, as we learned at the Miami meetup, a lot of people don't. They're like,
what they said was that there are a lot of lurkers. They just stay in the background watching.
Yeah,
they have us in their ears whispering sweet nothings during the day.
That's good. Yeah, so just another little note on this scan. So something I look for, like, I got my core markets. Everybody has their core markets. I think most people here, highly active in the indexes, ES, NQ specifically. But, if I ever found myself like kind of out of trade ideas in those or waiting for a higher time support or resistance level and really want to look into trading another market, I simply just refer to the scan, and I'll try to keep it visible as much as I can when I'm on air so you guys can use it too. However, it obviously takes up a decent amount of space on my screen. So you can only, if I'm in more than one position, you won't be able to see the other ones. But what you want to look for if you are in a trend, you'll have either bearish on all three of these. So on the trend bias, the bar type, and the ATR bar type, they're kind of three different signals. So if I can get three signals that all align, I'm going to be looking for that direction in that market. So that, this is a currency market. The indexes right now, the ES and NQ are actually reading bearish into the open. So I'm not really interested in aggressive longs up here with that read. Of course, nothing's 100%, but then it also is going to tell me the time since the signal that I'm looking for was generated. So 25 minutes, 55 minutes, and then some of the, like if you go down to the YM, the signals were generated, 4.5, 3 hours ago. So in the morning, the signal generation is a little higher because there's more volatility, of course. But especially in dull markets, which we don't really have right now, this is extremely useful. So if you're interested in maybe even trying something new out here today, grab it on a sim. Maybe pick up one of these markets that has a bias and see if you can apply your own technical analysis strategies and give it a shot. Dive into something besides the NASDAQ if you're interested. But based on this scan, like if I'm going to go to my core markets here, gold bearish. Gold's one of my core markets I trade. A gold bear read is something I'm looking for here this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Chris, what is that at the oscillator on the bottom of your screen?
I have cumulative delta and RSI at the bottom.
That's what I thought. RSI. And so RSI on the full bottom, then cumulative delta.
Purple.
Gotcha.
I look at divergences a lot, so I like seeing that there. All right, we're back testing prior day high in ES and yesterday's morning IB high. In NQ, we are below both of those. And we are going into the open with a divergence at the highs. So I'm wondering if we're putting in the daily sort of high before a sideways to pullback sort of structure takes place. Hey, no problem, Time Price. We'll just say that, what I share here about the IB strategy is not all the rules. So please don't, what you saw me execute over the last week, 2 weeks when we were in a pretty straight up market, those rules will not work in the other environments. Okay. So don't just blindly follow them, please.
Yeah. Fractal, I can't explain the photo of me and Pax without revealing that he might be my dad. So I'm going to just leave it at there. But yeah, I think Pax is my dad. Just found that out this weekend.
Dad?
Yeah, he told me he was my dad.
Are you finally back from the store?
He went to get the milk and just never came back. Yeah, now we really need to have that dinner that he said he was going to take me to. I finally figured out why he was interested in taking me out and just revealing the secrets.
He's like, let me schedule it away from my family to confirm.
I got to make sure they're not busy. Hey, whatever. He's got 5 kids. I love a big family. Bring me in. Yeah, there's the genetics for the desire to trade were there. He is Irish and I'm Irish, so I guess they used to call him Big Irish. Or just Irish, one of the two.
Hey, GK says, I'm a lurker, been watching for almost a year now, almost daily. Well, thanks for saying hello today.
I don't know. Pax has got like 2 inches on me. It's not that big of a difference, but he is a tall guy. Well, thanks for lurking. We need lurkers too. I feel like if 1,200 people or whatever were watching in the chat, a ton, it would be quite overwhelming.
Yeah. We probably wouldn't be able to read them text.
Yeah. Yes, I am from Chicagoland. Yep. I grew up in Chicago. So did Pax. I don't know. All right, here. Yeah, this index is pop here at 7 a.m. been sold into thus far. Interested to see if we gun up towards those overnight highs or basically settle down.
We're attempting a little bounce, or at least we're holding here. We have a good gap up on what I believe is the new CEO of Apple, because Amazon popped on that. A lot of names popped on that.
Interesting. All good news is good news now. I think the most aggressive bid I would have here in the NQ is basically where we're trading. There's been a solid base here all overnight at 26,805 for the NQs. But the midpoint of the prior day is something I always like, especially in this run up. It's, if you can get long below the midpoints at any point in time until this rally ends, if the midpoint of the prior day and the Nasdaq's all the way down at 26,681 and the midpoint of the prior day in the ES is down at 7122. So that's the middle of the prior day's range. And anytime you're in a bull market, I prefer to, be long below that mid. Now we don't always get the opportunity to do that, especially if we're just gapping up and going. But
wait, you want it to be below the mid, because you want to buy it?
Well, yeah, just from a positioning standpoint, like I look at it as if we are below the midpoint on a continuation versus like above the midpoint, it's just a little more extended. So it's something I look for. Like I would prefer an entry below the mid if we're going to turn. But you're not going to get that on those super hard trend days. Like when yesterday was the first day we like really tested the mid since 2 weeks ago. So, and if you had yet overall bullish bias, most people probably were still on that train, and yesterday's mid in the ES was 7130. So realistically, any long below 7130 in the ES yesterday was a pretty solid bet. I use that mid in different ways. Like if we're range bound, I don't like to go long above the mid, and I don't like to go short below the mid. I just wait for those opportunities, because if you're expecting just kind of a snap back to one side or the other, but in an uptrend, if if you do get that pullback below the mid, once we make the turn, you're not just, buying it because it's below the mid, right? You're looking for some type of signal. And then from there, managing your trade. But that's just kind of how I look at the market with those markers.
Where's KTS? I just got your message. Show yourself.
The API limits, I've actually had that issue before. I imagine you're running a trade copier of some kind, but the way around that is actually just to limit in one account and market order copy the others, unless you're not running a copier and you're hitting API limits, but they're in the thousands. The API limits are in the thousands. It's pretty high. But I was running some partially automated strategies that were moving orders every new tick across 4 different markets and multiple accounts. So that adds up. But
a lot of lurkers. Well, I'm glad you guys are popping in. Please like it. Please subscribe. We're at 205 now. 250. At 250, Jack will sing Journey for you.
What am I signing up for? What do I?
He has the voice of an angel.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I was just a music guy. Music guy. Pax was begging for those videos in the chat the other day. I had a couple of them. I haven't got a chance to share anything to Anthony because a little bit of traveling. Best copier for Ninja that's free? Honestly, I don't know. I pay for one, so I don't know. Freemium, I pay for the best if I can. I mean, very rarely do you find products that are completely free unless they're huge at scale. Like Ninja's free, but Ninja also makes money because they're at scale. So I have no idea and if anybody has one, feel free to drop it. Merit is
Why say many words?
What in the hell?
I don't know what that was. How do I
what?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just going to answer a question.
Wait, so with you said quant trader? That just allows you up to like 20 accounts or more?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, isn't that what you said?
Oh, no. I just different. I don't know what quant I use. What's it called? TradeSync.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, you can connect, I think like there's different levels to it, but you can connect way more accounts than I would ever trade. But like, I think you can, it's like their premium version. It's like 20 accounts per connection. And I think you can have 4 connections. So you can technically trade 80 accounts. Not that like that's even available to trade. I don't even think you could trade 80 accounts across 4 connections, but you basically, this is the issue that you run into is if you move one order, you're moving orders across every single account and it's all under the same login. So you're running like one order change is maybe 30 order changes. And then if you're changing, if you have a limit that's getting changed on top of a bracket order that's getting changed, that's like right there. That's, if you had 3 targets, 1 limit, that's four entries. So that's 4 API requests per account simultaneously.
Yeah.
So
I just use Trade-O-Eight. I'm good with 5 accounts.
Yeah.
All right, NQ's almost into London's low. Well, I have a different setting for London low, guys. So if you guys get confused, that is why.
Okay, there. Huda says API max is 1,500. Yep. So a
You
minute.
can have 1,500 accounts?
No, 1,500 requests, I believe, per limit. So like this is how I understand it. I could be wrong, but every order change is basically an API request. So you can change your order 1,500 times in a minute.
Oh,
Which is like insane to even break that. I'm about to take off this. I've been in the 6J trade for quite a long time. It is not exactly the fastest moving product, but right now, move my. Okay, I had a question. I got to go back here. How do I keep my risks the same every trade? I change my contract size. So that's why you'll see me, instead of sometimes trading one mini, I got 10 micros on. Even though it's technically the same notional value size, I'm just default to micros, and then change the size, the contract size relative to the amount of risk I need to put on the trade. Yeah, I would say
long term.
Before going into copying accounts, make sure you can get one down. There's really no reason to dive into many more until you can get the hang of one.
Are we going to hold here? This is an area where we can bounce. We haven't pulled back into the 4-hour 9 EMA, which I'm sort of wondering if we do. I think it's going to be a slow open for me as I wait to see if we hold here or if we drop after a bounce. You're looking for deeper or lower before looking for a buy?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a setup up here, but I would prefer us go deeper. I mean, look at the action yesterday. It was gap up. There was initial buys at a higher end of the range. I was actually taking those longs. Then we had, that whatever news candle drove down to lows and then really zip back up. So I'm not necessarily in the belief that we're kind of in that full steam engine ahead. Yesterday was the first time we had not taken out the prior day's high in over a week. So I'm just kind of thinking bigger balance picture. The 50% retracement from the Sunday night low to the intraday high in the ES was basically the RTH low. So the most aggressive bid I'd be is that same low, which is the 50% retracement from the 11 a.m. low in the ES to the overnight high. And that takes me back to 71.52 quarter. So 71.52 quarter in the ES would be the most aggressive thing. The NASDAQ didn't hold the halfway back from the Sunday night low. It drove pretty hard below it. So I would gravitate towards the market that had previously held that pattern, which is the ES, and 52 quarter is at that level. So that'd be the most aggressive thing I'd want to do here today. And I wouldn't do it unless it was trading past 9:45. That's kind of a rule I look at, is if I'm not so confident in a one directional open, I like to wait to 7:45 for an entry. If I usually get long before that 7:45 time frame, or short depending on the direction, it ends up in a stop for me based on my data. So
yep, I can see that.
Yeah, I'm like, and every time I go out and do it, I'm like, you know what, I really like this level, and it's like, let's say it's 9:38. It's not quite at the time I like to get long or short. Stop. I'm like, why did I do that? Merritt's turkey hunting. Sorry, guys. You got me today. Me and Chris dressed the same. We're dressed like umpires. Doesn't it look like an umpire collar? Yeah, they broke his beard getting it trimmed. Yeah, Carlon, it takes a few days to recover from Miami for me. All right, I'm gonna move this style. I don't know. I think I might just get out of this 6J. I don't really like this moving back against me here. It's gonna flatten out, cover that position. Okay. Yeah, I'll explain this market analyzer scan. So there's so much to it. It's one of those things I'd be on here for 30 minutes straight talking. So I'm just going to explain how you guys are going to use it, because you're not going to explain the internals behind it, because everything on there is custom. Okay. But I'm going to tell you how to use it, because that's really the most important. How to use it is you really want to look for a market that has the same signal across the board. So the YM is bullish, bullish, bullish. The ES is bearish, bearish, bearish. There's a little bit of divergence between those indexes. And then also the time here on the right is how long ago the signal generated. This is the trend bias, and these are individual bar signals that I'm looking for, that are based on a few different calculations. So you have your general bias, and then you have bar signals that I've created.
All right, so the Q's close to gap already. SPY has not. We are getting that deeper pullback. So we are into some support here in NQ at 770s. ES is about to take out London's low. So this is like the main area of support that I'm looking at. If we don't hold here, then I'll be looking for yesterday's breakout area between 705 and 715 in NQ for a possible long. So I'm just going to be patient here until we get more data.
Yeah,
guys, how's that BE treating you guys? I know some of you guys swing trade with me. What a move in BE, huh?
Is that Bloom Energy?
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, Carvana here today. I've been waiting for. I said 600 was my level. Man, this morning we got up to 723 after closing at 618 last night. But wow, yeah, BE looking like it's going to break out here.
Yeah.
Overnight lows taken out there immediately in the NQ in the first minute. Looking at gosh, how big is this bar yet? 80-point bar here so far off the open. There's that 52 quarter I mentioned in the ES, but that's trading once again. Instead of it traded at 945, sure, but 932, I'm not taking it. I don't care if it works or not, but go for those deeper levels. We are going to get that 26,718, which is the halfway back long for the week in the NQ. If that can trade around 745, that'll be my first index trade here. Or sorry, 945. Time balance.
A bit of a mixed market here.
What do you got your eyes on the ES and the NQ primarily here today?
That's all I trade for futures. I would probably trade more like you, but I'm just looking at so many stocks on a daily basis that I just need something fixed for day trades.
No, for sure. I understand that. But I mean that because the YM is really holding up well here off the open. So and like I mentioned, this scan, and we'll have to talk about it, but it's just been so helpful for me to kind of stay on the right side of things. I used to, believe it or not, I used to do this manually, not very well because it's impossible really to do this manually. That scan, at least, like I would have to select one market and then see if it met that criteria. I can't scan with my eyes, 15 markets at a time. But it's kind of like a savior when it comes, especially when I'm like, don't know what market I want to trade. I just pull this sucker up and it tells me what's moving and what's trending.
Yeah. So what Jack is focusing on is RS, guys. Relative strength. Why go along the weakest name when the leader is providing much more reward for the same risk? So you want to allocate your capital. Talk about cash management is the scan. I mean, it's the same thing that I do with swing trading. Identify the leaders. If we're in a bullish regime or environment, you buy those. Short the weakest if we're in a bearish environment.
Yeah, Nick, share the sauce. I want to trade soybeans. I actually don't even have soybeans on here, but we can make it happen. I got you, Nick. Here we are coming into that 26,718. It's not my 945 yet, so see the next level below would be that prior day midpoint in the NQ, and that's 26,681.
I like where we're coming into. That we're coming into yesterday's Sunday's and yesterday's sort of resistance before we broke out. So this like 705, 715 area. Yeah. So I may look for a buy there. That would be scenario 2 for me here on the loss of London low. So we didn't hold, that I brought up that divergence at those highs. It's even more evident now. So that is governing the price action. However, we're still in an uptrend. So I'm still going to be focusing on buying supports. So if we can get to 705, 715 area, I will try there. If not, I'll look probably for like 610, 620s.
Yeah, I'm going to short a pop here, actually. I got an order here. It's 26,792. It's going to be my first trade to the downside. If we can get down to that 718, I'll flip the script. But still want to wait a little bit longer. Do I use order flow? No. And I'm not sure what refills and reloading are. Like a soda pop machine? I'll go get a refill. I think, if you did what I have a couple people that I've worked with and like kind of shared my strategy for entries with them, and they use order flow on top of what I do. Like I'm like a limit order trader, but they'll be like, I'm going to wait for where your limit order is and I'm going to confirm with order flow. Probably a good idea. Probably would make me better, but like just like Chris was saying, he's like, I can only look at so much. That's how I feel. Like I can only look at so much. If there was like a cheat code button to like understand order flow, maybe I'd use it. But it's such a fine-tuned attention to detail thing that I have not studied in depth, which is what any type of trading strategy requires, an in-depth study of it. And so I when you're trading so many markets, I'm not sure it would be that much more useful to me. I think, obviously there's people that use it with incredible accuracy on the stream for NQ and ES, but like, I'm not sure that the 6J order flow would be effective, any of the currencies for that matter, because they're mostly arbitrage futures off of the spot market.
Plus, you also trade on the 5-minute now, if I recall.
Yeah, I trade on the 5 minute. So, just to get a bigger view.
It's just, where our focus goes into, guys. Order flow is really good at identifying very specific spots, and you get in there and, you're looking for the next move and you're out most of the time. Stowe does a great job at holding as long as he can. But, what I've seen is the order flow guys are really good at buying certain areas and paying themselves. And usually the trade is over, or sometimes they do hold. For Nick and I, we're the time frame that we're looking at trades is higher. So we're looking to capture more trends. So while the order flows have like a 6, 8, 10 point stop, we have, more because we're also looking to capture more. So it's just the different objectives that you have.
Yeah. I don't know how to trade with an 8-point stop.
Yeah, I'm okay with 30 points.
In the NASDAQ, I'd be like, oh man, this trade's a loser instantly. Like we're moving 8 points every, that type of sniping. If I snipe, it's like an accident. It's like, I got in a trade and it just instantly, the faster the reaction of the trade, the better. But my entry levels are kind of like a basis, use like fibs and midpoints, things like that. Might have to get a little more aggressive in this short here. Should I move my order down the 50% retracement from the open to the downside?
Cyclicals are strong. They're helping ES and Q. That sectors have a little bit of a different, like mags are a bit weak, but you have semis that are strong.
We're getting 4 minutes out from my 9:45 kind of rules, so I am gonna actually feel a little more comfortable buying that level. So I'm gonna put an order just below the lows here instead of going short. I do think that long will trade before the short. That's kind of how I was feeling. It's either which one trades first.
BE is moving.
What's moving?
BE. The
BE,
Bloom
BE.
Energy.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm looking at this YM and it is just a completely different chart. We're holding a 250 point gap up here in the YM so far.
Yeah, YM is really strong.
Yeah, I might just look to start trading that here. But this morning, that was the one kind of pumping on that bull scan I had. And I'm going to bring this chart over here. But just look at the structure. I mean, we came down, swept the most recent swing low at 845, bid up from there. I'm hoping we can get one more push lower here. Otherwise, this ES, I'm just going to bid the ES if the NQ can't, because we're kind of at my ES level.
Yeah, I would love any low. I would love 705, 715, but we're holding here.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I'm going to bid that 52, so I'm not sure if we're going to get it one more time. All right. Bidding 52, quarter in the ES as we're close enough to 745 to make me feel comfortable. I keep saying 745, 945, although it's probably 745 for you guys. UNH, okay. Gosh, all right. This is gonna please move down. Move it up a little bit. Okay.
Doesn't look like we're going to come down more.
Yeah, no, we might get that push up. Probably going to get pushed up here to 26,800. Oh man, all right. I'm just hoping
I was trying to. I put a limit order there too, but did not pull back enough to get filled.
Yeah, if it goes without me, I'm okay. I'm really don't want to chase too far above this level. If I'm gonna chase, I'll flip over to the YM and I'll chase the YM. Russell's having a wild open too. And I actually know that was an old candle that didn't load.
Semis are really, they're not really bouncing here.
All right. Hopefully on the open of this next 5-minute candle, we get a little back and forth to come back down. All right. Jesus. Russell peaking for overnight highs. Here we go. Come on.
still struggling.
She wants to sweep the low.
Yeah.
Feel it in her bones.
Hey, Heats. Morning. What are cyclicals? Like cyclical sectors, home builders, financials, industrials.
Logan, where are you located? 12 hours difference. That's a lot. Come on. It's got 2 ticks away from that fill.
We're consolidating here. We are waiting for a move. I'm just going to be patient here. ES is, yeah, YM is helping ES lead already.
Yeah, why I'm breaking out through overnight highs here. I should have been ready to pounce on that this morning. It was like literally the only thing I said was bullish this morning was the YM for the indexes and wasn't ready to place an order there.
Yes, there's a divergence. I mean, ESL, if you trade ES, you know, you're making your points off that bounce already.
Copper moving higher. All right. We're holding sequences out of the lows. A lot of times, like, I trade a 5-minute chart, but it's when we come into like levels that I have like that and we bounce, like I'll have to go to a 1-minute chart to find an entry. Because it's not going to appear on the 5-minute here. We're just going to bid higher. Missed the low of this candle here by 2 ticks. Alrighty then, we're going to move our orders up. I'll buy the halfway back from this low now if we can get it. It's going to be 55 quarter. Just have to wait. It's as aggressive as I'm going to get for the time being.
You got in?
No, I didn't
you
get
have an
in.
order.
I just moved my order. I might actually attempt a short here in NQ. Up at 98s. Placed an order there.
Yeah, yes, what a move.
Swept that overnight low, couple ticks below it. Down to that 52. Is that a gap fill too? Gap fill, probably.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. I just see we're up 13 points in the day, and I think my quick math is that's more than that below us.
NQ's not really doing much here.
Yeah, I'm still willing to take a short here in the NQ if we can get to where I want to sell, but otherwise, I'd love to see the NQ sweep that low later and get a big divergence, ES pull back out of these highs. NQ comes down, makes a new low, and the ES kind of retests and holds the bottom of this range. I can definitely see that playing out. You can see the rejection here on this first pop in the NASDAQ. Well, the ES really isn't getting that. YM's hitting 50K here. Dow 50,000. Get your hats out. High of the YM futures is 50,611.
The what?
The high of the YM futures.
Oh, the YM.
Another 600 points away.
Not much for me to do here, guys. NQ's not really doing anything. So I'm just going to wait until we get some action or wait for the IB trade.
Yep. Let's see here. What is gold doing? I wonder if gold can pick up and turn around too. If these indexes are going to get bid out of their lows, kind of just like the trade location coming out of the bottom of the range. We've reversed pretty decently in gold out of the 915 low. So I'm actually going to see that we just had, let me look at we had this signal here. It's still that it went from a bearish to a neutral bias with this ATR bull signal here in GC at 13 minutes ago. So that, if I have an ATR bull signal, that makes me want to buy pullbacks. That's my theory, at least. So, but yeah, Russell, you can see bullish, ATR bullish. All right. NASDAQ about to come into a short limit I got here, 98 quarter.
Yeah, CK, only NQ or MNQ. But yeah, same. Oh, NQ's pushing now.
Yep.
What would that trade be up?
All right.
Into 1.5 bar on the setup.
I gotta set my timer. Do this under my desk so it doesn't annoy you guys. So I will not be in this trade past, do the math here, 10:20. And yeah, we'll see if we can get this down. I'm gonna move this up here.
both bouncing from the 4-hour 9 MA, so that's still providing support. But does this become the high now? Yeah, as long as RTY continues, this ES will maybe London high.
That'd be great.
Yeah, Nvidia is ready for a breakout. I mean, to me, it's already breaking out.
Yeah,
Any pullback should be bought.
I agree. I had some alerts. I occasionally set alerts on stocks, and mine were going off yesterday at a target I had at 202s.
Not for a buy, right?
No, not for a buy.
You buy those pullbacks.
Yeah, I would definitely be buying pullbacks in Nvidia. My higher time frame target in Nvidia is 228s right now on this run up, on a breakout, of course. All right. So far, stalling at where I'm selling. It's probably because all of you guys in the NinjaTrader chat are helping me out, but we'll see. Definitely still some buying here. I'd be worried if we squeeze above the open and then maybe the high that this trade would be under pressure. But if we pull back, I will be covering partial NQs and actually trying to long the ES, which is going to be interesting how that plays out. Man, that Russell daily chart though, oh my goodness, I just took a look at it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was really that beast mode on the daily. I don't know when that thing's gonna stop.
A lot of names look like that.
Yeah. That thing's probably going to 28.75, 50 points above at least. All right.
What a bounce. We're so close to support. Oh, wow.
Let me move my stop above this high. This is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow. Software is strong as well. Look at that.
Come on.
Range day today? Yeah, it could be.
Definitely need to not see much more momentum above these levels here if we're gonna be in a range, my opinion. Bumping up into that prior day high here in the NQ. It's at 26,008 27.
News in a minute, someone said.
And yeah, 10 o'clock around the corner here in 30 seconds. My goodness. Avis casually up another $80 today.
Yeah, it's so strong.
I read that 70% of the float is owned by two different groups. All right, gonna get taken out here on the NQ. All righty.
It stopped you out before putting in that high?
Yep. I moved my stop just below the that opening candle. So it's like a 40-point stop, I think. Somewhere around there, 43 points.
All right, so this is looks like it's a fell breakdown of the 780 zone. We didn't exactly come down to that 705, 715 support that I wanted. So now what I'll be looking for is a pullback to get long into and see if I can participate in the continuation of this back to new highs above 900.
Yeah, that was a tough spot for me. Is just like, I was looking at 718s. I had an order at 718 in the NQ. We came 8 points away. And then that 52, I had that. And on the 945 candle came 2 ticks away from my fill of, I had 52.75 was my order. And the low was, what was the low there? 53.25, so 2 ticks away. And then tough not getting fills down there, but we're going to be buying higher. Yeah, Carvana, or no, I keep saying Carvana. Yeah, it's Avis. They partnered with Tesla to put rental cars on the moon, and it's been great news for their.
That's funny.
For their bottom line.
All right, it looks like we can put in a high here. I'm gonna be looking for a pullback and see if we can trigger some sort of reversal on after the pullback to get long.
Yeah, we can definitely put in a high here. This is the 5-bar sequence from lows here. This is the 5th bar up. Rarely do we continue past that. I might just try to skip something here. And one more.
Yeah, it's so close to that support area. This is what I was looking for, support in NQ to back test the last 2-day consolidation right here at 710s. Not exactly there. So now, scenario 2 is pretty much playing out. We've reclaimed 780. So as long as we get any sort of pullback into London low holds, then this can continue the sideways structure that we're sort of forming here, and then push out higher above prior week high and then into 930s, 940 zones. So it's the pullback now to seek a higher low against the low that I'm interested in buying into 800, but as low as 780s. But we should hold 800 on any pullback now, and then look to join for a move higher.
Yeah, I just put a limit in here at 26,805. So flipping the script here. And then honestly, I might just go to a slow limit weight on the YM down at like 44,907s.
See how this pullback looks here. We're gonna buy 805. You said.
Yep.
It's coming almost.
Yeah, I prefer this takes. If it goes down in 5 minutes, like right back, what would that be? Like it's a 50-point pullback off the high. I'd be a little wary. I sometimes like when it takes a little longer than that to take down. Yes, rental cars on the moon. So you can sign up for the pre-launch. So. Yeah, the only thing that's going to bring that stock down right now is another secondary. I know they issued a secondary already. Let's see. I don't want to be long ES and NQ, so canceling one of the orders. Don't need that correlated risk out of this low, so decided to remove my ES and just stay with the NQ here.
Come on, give us a better pullback here.
Yeah, if this holds, man, this is a pretty aggressive bid out of this. This is going to move up to 26,878 80 area out of this. If we just hold that low, we're going to pop right up. It's an we'll see. I'll see where we are at like 10, 15. If we're holding up at these highs, then the next pullback is going to have to be aggressive here as well. I'm going to have to go to trade a 1 minute chart to get in this. This is where, I go from like trying to buy and trade on a 5 minute chart to how fast you're moving up. It's having to switch. So you just can't even see the tape on a 5 minute.
It'll eventually slow down, but right now just the momentum is there. We're so far in the first higher low structure. We can push out higher to make a new higher high, or we do see a high here, and then we start some sort of retracement structure. So if we don't pull back, then I need acceptance, which is a wedge structure, and we're nowhere near that structure at the moment.
I like that. Yeah, actually, gold did what I wanted it to do. I might just flip markets here and let this build out while gold moves. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Put an order here at 96.4. These indexes are going to move. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait, like Chris says, wait for that acceptance.
Yeah, like that. Just too strong. Can't do much. It'll come. Don't get FOMO, guys.
Let's see. Go. All right. Sort her up. Come on. Well, every time I try to get in a long, it keeps getting higher. So maybe that's how I should know it's the right direction to trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna just got long gold, so getting long gold at basically 10.10, so 10.35. That thing needs to be moving my way. Move some of these targets up, and there's the push up to 26,870s in the NQ. We are officially in what I refer to as extensions. Let's see.
All right, this is the second higher high here. Higher high one, higher low one, higher high two. So we are close to a high. Either we have put it in and start the retracement process, or we make a new high. But this is that spot where we should now get the consolidation or a little bit higher. But this is it, and it is 7:10, so 20 minutes before the IB closes.
Put an order at 8.14s now in NQ.
You have our side divergence up here on this second higher high. It's getting tired.
I'd love to see YM trade down to through the lows of the RTH session into the breakout bar of 5 a.m., 6 a.m. That would be a great trade. That level is a 49,775. If that trades, I just set an alert there. So if that trades, I will be looking for that.
Software is just helping price NQ push up so much here now. It's taking the lead against ES.
Yep. Where was the weakness in the morning in the NQ? Did you catch that? Was that software initially?
Yeah, but also mags and semis had a red open.
What's CL doing? CL new high of the overnight session. CL's vols sure calmed down, kind of rangy lately.
All right, let's see if we can pull back here. Just waiting, guys. In the game of waiting.
If you don't got patience in your trade, you need to get some. Although.
All right, there we go. We have put in the second higher high. And this is that area that I said where we can see the high here, and we're sort of confirming that we're now pulling back into the 9 MA in black on the 2-minute. Either that holds or this is the start of that retracement.
Hopper's got a nice trend up here today. I'm so salty about those 52s. Ugh.
Yeah, bummer. This would be a good IB trade today. Well, the IB hasn't closed yet. Oh, because it's trending? Yeah. So essentially, since we have 15 minutes left, we might get the same setup as Friday that you guys saw me take, where we retraced a little bit into the end of the IB, we pulled back, and then right as the IB closed, it triggered the reversal higher, which is pretty much the normal trade that I'm looking for, right? So hopefully that does happen so I can execute this in front of you guys and then see what could happen. This is the 2-minute chart. I would love for it to put in a high here and pull back. That way the IB setup can form here in the next 15 minutes. Man, Pawn and Crowd, it's so strong today. Palantir's right behind them. It's a day for software today. Everything else is sort of resting. Come on, pull back a little bit.
I know, right? Give me something.
Why didn't I enter on the 9 MA on the 2-minute confirmation, Chris? What do you mean by the confirmation? Which area is, can you share, where do you see the confirmation so I can note what you're talking about? Like, do you mean this like pull back into the 9 MA right here? If so, I don't really buy those kind of pullbacks because that's just a 2 to 3 candle pullback. That doesn't really, yeah, right here. Yeah, there's really no edge here because essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to buy the 2 candle pullback in a well, you don't know that it's an aggressive uptrend unless it continues, right? But it can work today, it cannot work in the future. Like these buys here are not as reliable where they can become consistent over time. And then the usual consolidation I look at into the 9 MA is 4 to 6 candles. So this is on the 3rd candle, we pulled back a little bit. The 4th candle, we put in that low and bounced higher. So it's just not enough because what could happen here is we can push out and then fail and then come back down, right? Obviously, we're seeing a lot of momentum, so it's working out, but you know, we really want to make sure we look at the data to tell us if buying this sort of 2-minute pullback makes sense or not. You're hearing things, Peter, because I did not say EMA. Yeah, today does look like it'll be a good IB setup here. Kind of hoping. Kind of like an aggressive short here, but that's just my aggressive side.
Yeah, I'm scared. No, I don't want to short right now. It's tempting, but
back into prior week high for NQ. Yeah, I think this high is it. Right in time for the last 10 minutes here. Hopefully we can get that. It'll be the same exact setup as Friday, guys. If if the price action fails back down here and then sets up into the IB close. Oh, the Q's also made a new high here. while SPY did not. So we do have a SMT up there. All right, so this 90-minute uptrend is ending here. That was the high. If you go back, I talked about the second higher high or third higher high. We have first higher high, first higher low, second higher high, second higher low, and then third and final higher high. Guys, a trend and 80% of the time into the second higher high or second lower low. And then there's an additional 20% of the time where you do make a third higher high or lower low, and then the trend ends. So we put in that third, and we're moving back into the 20 EMA now on the 2-minute, which is, letting you know that the 9 MA uptrend is ending. Yes, that's true, Cosmic, but it doesn't have, you say has to come back. It doesn't have to come back. What it can do is correct through time, not correct through price, which is, a retracement. A correction through time can happen and you didn't get the price you wanted.
Coming into a 21s, I got a limit there in the NQ if I could front run again.
All right, I gotta get my other accounts ready for this IB trade. So essentially, now that we're starting the pullback and we have 9 minutes before the IB closes, I want price to stay below the black moving average, which is the 9 MA, hopefully for the next 9 minutes. And then right when the IB closes, if it can sort of reverse and reclaim that 9 MA, that is what I'll be using to get long. Either way, if it happens before that, I'm still going to take it on this account because that I still want that setup. So whether it takes place before the IB closes or not, that'll depend which account I traded on.
Just had a limit there in the NQ at 21 quarter and traded down to 25 so far. So I'm still hoping we can get that retest. We're right at the prior day high retest after breaking out through it. I don't know, I may flip back in the yes. I feel like I'm going to miss another limit by a couple ticks. It's just made today a little difficult for me.
I was so close.
That's the second time it's happened. If that ends up being a low, I don't know. Maybe we'll come back, but
it happens to me quite a bit too on exit orders.
Yeah. It's always, and when it gets front run, they're the best trades too, because everybody wants in at the same price for whatever reason. I want to move it up and be more aggressive, but at the same time, it's like,
Lisa, another low.
it's a nice comment in the chat by Method Man. I've learned more in the last 2 weeks than in the last 2 months just by watching you guys and reading solid education. Patience and discipline are improving too. I feel so blessed. Well, thank you, Method Man.
I like your songs. Yeah, and it's free, guys. So please support the network with likes, subscribe. Please tell everybody, tell the mailman. Let everybody know.
Everybody know.
Look at that, rejecting back down. All right, so it'll be good for the IB setup here.
I have a pretty tight stop here.
So if we put in a low here, and we bounce into the 9 EMA to create a lower high, my entry would be the break of that lower high. And either it's a loss, or we move up higher for next targets. So let's see how this forms here. Let me zoom in. Bouncing a bit now.
I got my first targets here at 854.
You got filled on that move lower?
Yes. No, I'm not still in gold, Raza.
Thanks, guys.
I don't really look for sweeps. I'm just kind of aware. Like, I don't ever like sit around waiting for like a sweep of a low to get long, or like a sweep. I mean, like, if they happen and we reverse, I know that we swept, but I'm not like typically preemptively planning for a sweep to occur and then buying it. But I'm like aware when they're happening. But it's not like a trading strategy I use. Well, Peter, somebody's always short and somebody's always long. So you should never be lonely in any trade you've ever taken, because somebody probably has something similar on.
All right, so we put in this low. We're bouncing now into the 9 EMA here in black. The reclaim of that next candle, so we need to bounce into 9 EMA to create a lower high, would pull me in the trade. And with 3 minutes left, I don't know if we'll see if it triggers for the IB setup, but for this account, I'll take it.
If I can get 2/3 off, my stop's going to go to break even at a pretty tight stop for me. That was less than a 20-point stop for me. That's really tight. We dipped only 6 points into my level, so I'm going to take 2/3 off. If we can just swing up to this 54s for 30 points and then keep a runner on. But if we start to fail here, I'll probably just blast out. We'll see, though. This is just, anytime because I'm really trading at smaller time frame right now, and this is really tight. So
all right, we're possibly putting in this lower high here. So a break above it, I will get long here.
Are you joining me?
Yeah.
I was going to say, you're not fading me, are you?
No. All right, and then if it triggers for the IB trade, which we have 2 minutes for, I will get long that one with the other accounts. Oh, you know what I noticed? It's a false print. MNQ made a new high, but NQ did not. So that is no good for my trade.
Yeah, that was a 6-point difference. It's pretty surprising.
Yeah, we'll see if it holds. I'll hold it, but technically, since I do chart on NQ, it did not trigger. That's funny.
That's a good notice there.
All right, so if we trigger above 847 here, the IB strat will put on the trade for the other account. So I'll bring this over here. Oh, I don't want to do that. All right, this would be 40 contracts at 8:47 with 20 seconds left. So 8:47.
Here we go. Come on. We just have one push into 10:30 and sweep those targets I got. 14 points away. ES kind of a nice base here at these 62s. Here we are, 10:30.
All right, so if we trigger above 47, I'll get long. All right, so I'm long for the IB trade and my other account. So I'm long 3 accounts right now. My stop will go at 8:14.
There's a pullback in a YM, IMO. All right, there we go. There's a third off of my position. Did not get 2/3 off. I had 2 separate orders very close to one another and filled one so far and not the other.
All right, so my IB setup is triggered. I am long. It either stops me out or goes to my targets. I will have my targets be 2R is at 2R is at 9:12.25. Four R is at 977.75, which I don't know if it'll hit. 977. So I'll set up 2R and 4R for now. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But it's been a hell of a run for the IB strategy.
Okay, I like this because we're in the same trade, different reasons here. Where's your 2R level and where's your 4R level? Just out of
2R
curiosity.
is at 912.
Okay.
And 4R is 978.
My final target on this position is 915. So that's kind of funny how it's like coming up with some same stuff using, different mythologies. And
yeah,
hey, if your strategy's triggering right now, I'm happy to be long with you. We'll see how it goes.
Listen, if it turns into a loss the first time we trade the same way, then
my risk is pretty minimized after getting a third off here. So I don't have.
Yeah, that's good. I have to. It'll probably be my first loss in a week for the IB trade.
Don't say that. You're. So IB breakout trade is basically. What do you have a name for this trade?
IB strategy.
IB strategy. That's original. Where did you come up with that? Is that just kidding. IB strat. Yeah, no. If we do fail to continue from here, I would honestly be looking for at some point later today, maybe a retest of those levels. That you had what 715 area. I'm looking at. Was I looking at 718?
Yeah.
I'd be worried that we'd actually get a full retest of that. But my I think my limit is like the high here. I just didn't get filled. Yeah, 54.75 was my order, and I didn't get filled on it.
Yeah, I need 6R, guys. Guys, 6R hit almost every day last week. That's pretty crazy. And then Friday hit 4R, and I closed it. I'm like, I got to go out and see everybody. Wasn't going to stay in the hotel all day waiting for 6R.
Really, I'm noticing a couple point difference more than usual in the NQ or MNQ and ES. There was a 2 or 3 point difference on that last low there. Interesting. ES making a new low through that most recent low.
Yeah.
I'm just getting out of this.
I don't think it'll work.
I am
stay in it.
Yeah. I mean, you're running your strat.
a third off. It's probably going to be the wrong decision, right? Let's see. I'm just going to look to get into ES somewhere else, though. Where I'm going to place. Where are we? Strategy.
I'll keep this one on. I mean, I have, I'm long the Lucid accounts, I'm long my personal account, and then I'm long the other personal account, which is just for IB trades only.
Well, looks like it's a winner.
So you can say I'm all in. Just kidding, guys. Don't do that.
Ha ha ha. Yes, all in. And yes, where are you?
Plus, as we start these like daily consolidations, we could, if we're seeing a high on this move, we should start a daily consolidation. Then this is where the strategy starts to underperform a bit because we're no longer in a one directional move. And as a trend following strategy, it does really well there. So totally okay with going through some stops here over the next week, to bring down the ego a bit and make me realize I'm not.
Wait, you're not Superman?
Right?
Yeah. Let's see. What is a YM doing?
Let's see if we can push.
I was getting long. Yes, here.
Yes, just remains weak here. It's what RTOI pulling back.
Yeah, it's at the halfway back long from lows. So also prior day high.
Yeah, weak, a bit weak. It's just consolidating, nothing bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, is it, are we really in a market where markets are turning and rolling? I don't know yet. Or are we just consolidating? We're not getting the chase anymore. You're getting opportunities to actually buy pullbacks. It's not just looking like a couple of days last week where once it went, there was nothing to do but buy highs.
Am I not Chris 6R? Maybe not today, guys. I'm gonna be Chris -1R today. If ES can find a low here at the 50% of the IB, then we can bounce. If not, ES comes back down to London's low. NQ makes a new low here and goes into the 50% of IB mark.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking. 50% of IB is 59.75 here in the ES. Dun, 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 dun.
IB's the first hour of the market open.
Initial balance.
Can I explain how to place TP and stop loss orders on TradeObate? I just didn't do it manually. I go to the level, I click on the chart, and then I put the limit order.
Blash.
Oh, as OCO orders? I don't know. I've never looked into that.
I've never heard of Blash, but I know what that means. Have you ever heard that term Blash?
No.
Buy low, sell high? I think
Buy
that's
low
buy low and sell high.
high.
I've never heard anybody say that before, but I like it. Yeah, I think Blash trading is ideal for me. Buy high, sell higher is tough. There's certain market conditions where obviously that's the trade, but yeah, it's a rotational market is easier to pull the trigger on, I think. But typically the ones that you can't get in a rotation are the best performing markets, and that's just how the cookie crumbles.
I don't think it'll work. I think we are retracing back down.
Yeah. The midpoint. Yeah, I mean, the midpoint, we'll probably get the midpoint in the NQ, you think 805s?
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not canceled on it yet, you know? It is looking like it's running out of steam, but
yeah. I'll take -1 hour. I'm okay with that. It'll be like the first one in a week. All right, about to get stopped out here. And you know what, guys? The rule says to take the next 9 MA reversal immediately after when it forms. So if it sets up here after I get stopped out, I will be taking another long, regardless of how the tape looks. You know, I have to be as systematic as I can with those rules. Or else I do not, I won't hold for the big winners, right? If you're not following all the rules.
yeah, CL's really breaking out here. Highs of the day, 88.10s. May start to get, not that there's been an extreme move in CL, but this week has definitely been more of a holding pattern in oil than we've seen over this entire.
Oh, what was that?
I don't know, but I don't mind it. Keep going.
Guys, whatever you guys are doing, keep doing more of that.
Yeah. Keep going. Come on, give me a first target. I don't like that rejection. If that comes back down, I'm going to move my stop up. If we get below that low, I am not sticking around. Even though I have no idea what that was. That was a freaking, I'll tell you what, that would have filled my second target in the NQ had I stayed in that position, but that's okay.
Yeah,
We'll find out what it is here in a moment.
maybe something news. Let's see.
No. It's the news at the location we need it to be. I always say news completes moves. Rarely do I see a headline and then jump in a trade post headline, and it's a favorable trade.
Oh, it's a Fed speaker.
Warsh.
Well, not much to do here, guys. Either wait for the stops to get hit or we do hold and bounce.
You know, bunch of comments. We need a regime change in conduct of Fed policy. We need new inflation framework. We need to use tools differently. Holds on forecast longer than it should. Yada, yada.
No, we should have probably do come back down. So we do have another divergence up here. NQ tested prior week high again, and ES did not.
Yeah, this is where I need to review. I mean, this is where it's like, I don't know, I should be trading the Dow now. Because
we're wedging up here. We're getting ready for a move.
Look where my Dow level I want to trade is. Here we go. Dow coming into that 49,774. don't really want to be long both the Dow and the ES without an ES first target, though.
I think I'm going to get stopped. It will not go to 2R today.
I need you to believe. Yeah, it's we've been going sideways for 25 minutes though, so my 5-bar theory here, in the next 5 minutes, the next by 10:50 we should move. We're going to find out what direction is going to be taken. We will not be in these trades in 10 minutes if they go to the downside.
Oh, they are. They're making their way slowly.
Yeah, that rejection of the Warsh comment. There we go. There, I got taken out. The rejection of the Warsh comments. I immediately moved my stop below that low because I was looking for not going to continue bidding on one of those candles. We're going lower here. So I actually think the next trade is short. And like you said, with your study, I'm not going to be buying supports below us. I think there's a possibility.
I took a stop there, -1R for myself and the IB strategy.
Where is
and we do it again tomorrow. That was a good wedge break here on the 2-minute.
Yep. Let's see if I'm actually gonna start throwing some shorts out there. Orders.
That breakdown short was it.
That's strange.
It was a good breakdown right there.
Yeah, I think we're getting lows of the day. I'm just trying to get in it. Order at 816 right now.
Yeah, look at that. You're gonna trying to get short a bounce.
I mean, I don't even know if I'm gonna get a bounce. Right, at least like close bounce. Just gonna get short here. Look for that level I was looking for earlier to trade down into 718s. But yeah, I mean, I think ES just ATR down. We're starting to get some changes of trends. I think the next thing below us is 7134s. But yeah, back at that 52 here. We're expanding range lower. So I'm going to target new lows of the day in the NASDAQ here with the stop above this range here that we're breaking down through, and just look for that new low. I think we could possibly get all the way down to 26,681s. That would be the midpoint of the prior day is my expectation. The midpoint of the prior day trades here, 26,681. This is just, I see this as just kind of a bid failure. But yeah. When we do bottom, I'm probably going to gravitate towards the Dow though. When I think we flip. Full halfway back long for the week, and the YM would be 49,567. That would be something I'll look for if we can get all the way down there, just because that was the strong market here today. That would be a move through the overnight low, back into the base in the consolidation of the prior day.
Bouncing. And ES is so weak when it was leading earlier.
It is. It is. That midpoint 71.22s. I really think we're going to get there today. I don't know in what fashion. We'll find out. But it's kind of
I'm looking to short a bounce now.
my gravity.
Salma, you better be matching too, girl. You gotta wear the uniform, okay?
Yeah.
It's in the contract.
Got to wrap.
You too,
NT Live. These are our referee jerseys. Yeah, gold shorts was the trade today. I said that in the open too. I should have put a little more focus on that market. Gold is just diving here down 40 points in the last 10 minutes. New lows of the week in gold. And I keep saying this. When the sell-off started, it started in gold. Gold bottomed before the indexes did. Gold bottomed like 9 days before the indexes did. And gold so far has really led the risk on, risk off trade. It is something to pay attention to. This is really the first higher time frame breakdown in GC. And on a macro basis, like gold has been leading us. And I don't really say that often, but I mean, it's just, it started selling off before the indexes did. It started bottoming before the indexes did. Definitely something to watch out of the corner of your eye. Wait, Salma, you didn't get one of these? You get like, did the girls get something different?
I think so. I think they got a pink one.
Oh yeah, we got pink. We got this and then a blue one.
That's cool. Wait, why can't we get pink ones as well?
I think Merritt did a swap.
Pink is in.
I'm sure they could put a special order in for you, Chris.
Oh, for sure.
Ceasefire ends at 4 a.m. PS. I mean, that is going to be an overwhelming headline this week that is going to hit at some point. And I just hope I'm on the right side of whatever's going on when that headline hits, the ceasefire continuation or not. That's going to be a 300-point minimum tape bomb, like when the official news comes out. It's a potential extension of the ceasefire or a continuation. Basically, it's. I think I thought it expired Wednesday. But that is going to be something to be aware of.
All right, guys, I have to execute the strat again. There are rules.
All right.
Even though I don't like it.
Don't like the short?
I like the short, not the long.
Oh, you're executing a long.
Yeah, if it triggers, I'm gonna have, so there's like a 2 trade rule.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a definition of a systematic process, relying on the data and not your own personal opinion.
I wanted to short this bounce. I missed it.
Yeah, I figured it wasn't going to be a big one, but we'll get an entry here at some point on this way down. I still think there's enough people here with hope in this market that we're not ready to fall out of bed unless we have a ceasefire failure / whatever.
That's a bummer. We make new lows after that bounce. Yeah, I wanted that.
Some very minimal bounce there. So
there's a lot of names trying to crack
points
here.
Yep.
Semis are starting to turn red.
ATR. We had an ATR bear signal in the ATR expansion bear signal in the ES. This right here is a kind of a short signal for me that was put in not too long ago. That's what really flipped my bias, was this one right here, pushing us lower here.
No more. But we're probably seeing a high here before that ceasefire discussion, setting us up for, if there's no agreement, probably a pullback.
You think we're going to see a new high before that ceasefire agreement, is what you're saying?
No. I think we have seen that.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. I mean, we barely broke out of Friday's high there in the NQ, and the ES did not. So we have that higher time frame SMT that occasionally you see at bigger tops, where a one full index does not take out, a prior week high, and the other one does. So something interesting if this develops bigger, but I would not be surprised to see us kind of back at the Sunday night low at some point before making a new all-time high, at least. Bigger levels below for me, 26,430 in the NQ. And honestly, I might start moving this target down. I want to see us take the low of the day and then wait at least 25 minutes. Like, how far are we going below? I think we're going to take the low of the day, but once we do take the low of the day, how I want to manage the trade is how many people are a little psyched out now that we've actually failed a morning low. I still don't know if the last time, I'd have to go back and look, we failed a morning low yet. And so I really want to see if there's a washout. I would think we at least get to 26,681, but as that timeline on that ceasefire is getting closer with no real, I mean, that's still a pretty big deal to the market. So that's how I'm going to manage this trade, guys. As we take out new lows, literally set a timer for 25 minutes and just see if we can continue down a lot further. So.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hey.
What's up?
We're just hanging in there.
What's up, gang?
Good to see you guys again. Back to how we originally met.
I like Miami better than this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Take me back.
Me too.
Yeah,
That was a good time.
everyone had a great time, I hope.
Super fun.
Where's your uniform, Nick? What's going on here?
I am in my NT Live uniform, just always black shirts. Maybe throwing the Henley on like today just to keep myself honest, but
Yeah,
how'd you guys do?
Chris, how come you didn't go with them on the Ferris wheel?
Because I wasn't invited, so rude.
Ooh.
I know, right?
First of all,
Don't blame us. You can blame Tanya.
Yeah, well, first off, she got a bunch of no's, and we were just standing by the pool, and she came down and was like, "Hey, do you guys want to come with me?" And I was like, "Sure." But me and Nick actually didn't want to ride the Ferris wheel, and then I'm not sure, one of them bought the tickets, and they came up to us like, "You guys are coming with us." And me and Nick were like, "Okay, we're not going to let it go to waste." But we thought we were going for a walk.
And that's exactly why I didn't go, because I didn't want to go on a walk.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was so hot.
This is Salma's how she was walking around Miami. Caw-caw.
Yeah. No, it wasn't like that. It was more so like this. It's like arms out.
Did we just
like
make a
it.
new low?
Strategy, yeah. No,
No.
ES did. Nasdaq did not yet, but there's an ATR expansion.
I'm very short.
There we go. Hey, me and you both, baby. Not that I'm very
I just got out of my short literally as soon as I got on stream.
It's only just begun.
There we go. Just puke it. Go to 700, and then I'll hold runners.
This is crazy.
All right, here's where I start my timer, and we'll let you guys go after this. But it's 11 o'clock. We just took out lows of the day. This is the first time we failed a morning low this entire run up. I'm going to see how far we go and not be too concerned about price levels below us, because I think we can actually get back the Sunday night low potentially here today, and that's a pretty far ways away. So anyways, everybody, thanks.
Wait, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet.
Okay,
Tanya
what do you
just
got?
showed up.
Oh, here she is. Tanya, why didn't they get invited to the Ferris wheel?
She goes,
Yeah,
who
what's
says
going
let's
on
go on
here?
the Ferris wheel and doesn't go on the Ferris wheel? She did say that, actually.
Okay, no, she said we were going on a walk to the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, the context is very important, because the Ferris wheel was the landmark of where we wanted to walk to, and that also happened to be like a market, had a bunch of restaurants and bars right there, shops. So I thought we were just like, hey, we're gonna go wander, because we got to kill a couple hours before we have to get ready for the event. And all right,
All right,
down
she
to
said
a
she
runner.
filmed it, so maybe I misheard her. Maybe I did agree, but I'm gonna say I was a little confused on what the goal of that walk was. I thought we were maybe gonna get ice cream.
That's fair. If Tanya's got receipts, then so be it. But I remember it slightly differently in my brain.
But she did text us saying, do you guys want to go on the Ferris wheel?
Well, Tanya doesn't have my number, so there's no way
in the Discord, in the group.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, fair.
All right, go guys.
all right,
Enjoy your
get
day.
out of here. I gotta
Later. There's the midpoint of the prior day. All right, that's all I gotta say.
And
Bye-bye.
there's my cover at 700. So we could bounce here. Wouldn't shock me. Right around 700 to 690s. Wouldn't shock me. If not, I would like to hold this runner another 100 points down to the week open. That'd be fun.
That was a really, really, really great short, Nick.
Well, thank you. I took a paper cut trying to short 840s the first time. So we had this fun little wick here, got short. It looked good for a second, and then I got stopped out as we made a new high of the day. So had to get back in and then re-hold through all the 840 shenanigans again. So at least it broke this time.
I gotta say, it was a tough hold for sure.
It was. I got real nervous. Like right around the initial bounce being set. It looked like it was going to run my stop again.
Yeah. I didn't like the fact that the Russell was so strong this morning. I mean, small caps have been on crack, for lack of better words. And I was short ES and the Russell at the same time, and it was a really, really, really tough hold. But there was conviction, so yeah, that was a great trade. I hope chat, you guys were all short. Hope nobody was long at the highs.
Yeah, tough spot to get long, to be honest, up there.
I didn't see a reason to get long. I saw like multiple reasons to be short. I think hold on. Let me see. Wait. Oh, never mind. Wait. Oh, yeah. There was a SMT at the highs between NQ and ES. So like that was,
yeah, it was weird.
That was weird.
I didn't like it.
That
was when I was kind of short the first time, and just, yeah.
Yeah, you kind of needed to have like a little bit of a wide stop there, but that was like the first thing I noticed for, reason to be short bias coming into today. And then the other reason, yesterday on stream, I spoke about like my extension levels for the Russell. I know you don't really trade the Russell much, but we came to my first extension level on the Russell, and I'm like, dude, we have to reject here. Like, there's no way they just keep pumping this up while, the Dow, ES were pretty weak this morning. And so that's also another reason why I shorted the Russell. It was really tough, though. I was sitting in a little bit of drawdown on that, but it worked out, so. Good morning, chat.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, good morning.
What's my target? I'm trading NQ, not ES. But NQ, I'm targeting the week open for this runner. I will happily fold this, though, if we get a decent bid off this spot. I'm sorry. You guys were all talking as we were coming in here.
Do you know what I hate? When you have such a tough hold, your TP hits, and then as soon as your TP hits, the market knifes even more.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the frick? You made me struggle to hold through all this, and then I get out, and now it's really easy for whoever's still holding.
Exactly.
Like Russell just dropped another 10 points from my exit. But
I mean, it's just been so hard to hold any short right now. You just get punished. True. Even the whatever, we corrected 10%. Even during that entire move down over 2 months, which it's crazy that it took 2 months, and then we retraced all of it in about a week.
That was disgusting.
But it's like
that made me lose my mind.
Even in that 2 months of correcting 10%, it was hard to stay short because it just took forever, and we would just do nothing during RTH. You had to basically just short the overnight and hope for the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
the moves were happening overnight. But hey, your bottom is so far still working, right? The bottom call you made?
Technically, yes. And we'll see if we can survive into the summer doldrums, where we probably just do nothing but consolidate slightly upwards.
Oh, can't wait for that.
If we can get past that, I think it'd be optimistic between making it through the September and October volatility that the call may have been correct. But I don't care. I think it was more so the logic of, after I said that, I thought we might hit an all-time high before we'd ever revisit those lows. So that was the more near-term thing that kind of made sense.
I mean,
I have no idea. I mean, headlines, who knows? We could easily do another 10% correction again and, take out 23K, but we'll see.
Listen, for now, it's holding.
It is holding for now. I don't love this bid that's just coming in. When I was saying some kind of responsive bid down here, this is kind of what I meant. Don't want to see this.
Have you moved your stop, or are you just keeping it?
It's at scratch for this runner. And I took off one at 700, and I took another off at the OR mid. So I've gotten a decent trade here. Method Man, thank you for reading. Appreciate it.
150-point runner. Good job, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Makes up for me taking a full 5-lot stop out for 15 points this morning.
No, I think you made up.
Oh, no, I'm good now. But
yeah, you made up more.
That felt
more
painful
than enough.
Because it did move 25 points in my favor, and I didn't even take any off, and I was kind of pissed. Pull this up a touch.
Ew, this is an ugly bounce here.
Nick, I've been reading the newsletter each day. It's awesome. Great to check out levels others are looking at. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's been a good exercise for me to actually write out a plan every day versus just kind of being in my head and having levels auto plotted for me. So I've enjoyed it. Hasn't been a massive heavy lift yet, but I don't know. I'm trying to make it more fun versus just here's a bunch of levels and numbers and, above this we go this and below that we target this. Like I'm trying to keep it light and fun and to the point.
How long does that take you to write?
Well, the good news is all of the levels get like pushed into an HTML doc for me. So like everything auto kind of already sits like on my tables and things. So it's organized. So the levels are there. And then I just need to, write based on like a longer time frame volume profile. So it has probably shortened it significantly because I'm not chasing numbers every morning. They're already sitting in tables when I sit down at the desk and then I can just type.
All right, cool.
Yeah. It does a little overnight script that just dumps everything. So by 7 a.m. it's right there for me.
Nathan, if you don't know by now, Nick and Claude have become one.
Yes. It exports out of my charting platforms and other data sources and things, and then it just populates it.
I was thinking about finally getting a Claude sub.
It wouldn't hurt. Could I say that again? Yeah, guys, I just think of it as like I have a script that runs a query that basically just pulls the data out. So rather than me having to go look at my long time frame chart and say, okay, the MGI levels, like the week mid is this, the previous week value area high is this. Every night it just grabs like the previous session's data, the week that's currently building, the previous week, like all of these different MGI levels, pulls some option levels for me and then organizes it. And then I can just type. So I'm just basically doing bulk exports and organizing it. Otherwise, I would have to physically go look up everything and validate what that actually is at each price, which think about it, for 4 products, that would take forever.
Yeah.
If I had to do that for GC, CL, ES, and NQ every morning, like it suddenly becomes a headache. So one of the reasons it's free is because I haven't found it to be a headache yet.
There's people who spend like hours writing their Substack, and I'm like, this is precisely why I don't have one.
Yeah. It takes me like 30 minutes. Like I get to my desk around 7 and, tables are there. And then it takes me probably 30 minutes and I try to add some fun to it. So, and then proofread it and everything else. So trying my best out here.
You do it in the morning?
Yeah. Cause I like the overnight and the pre-market data, like all of that volume stuff to be in there. Cause it's like, it'd be like the context, me coming to the desk and like taking a look at what the overnight did. So at least I have that for people in case you weren't paying attention all night.
Mm-hmm. That's good though.
I don't love this. We get back. ES looks bad, but this is pretty nasty. I mean, we just bounced 100 points, which sucks. And I'm out here talking about Claude instead of managing my trade. No, I'm trying to get better at holding runners, letting them just work themselves out.
Yeah, you're bold. I mean, I don't know if I could hold one mini as a runner. I mean, I trade small sizing anyway, so anything for me seems bold.
New high of the day incoming? Well, I hope not.
Yeah, I agree. On the hope not with them.
When I say my pre-market script takes the levels from volume profile, do you mind sharing what volume profile levels? I mean, the Substack's free. You can go check. They're all there, but it's like the previous day's session, the previous weeks, the overnight is kind of what I've been spitting out in the tables. And then if we're close to like, let's say it's April now, like if we're close to some specific March levels, like I throw those in there. I have it run like if we're within like the average daily range. So right now about 300 points of some of those spots on NQ, then it puts them into the table for everyone to see. Basically, if we're able to reach something like that within the session, within reason is how I built the script. So it's finding the levels that we are likely or not likely to interact with and then putting the ones that make sense in front of everybody. Do I code for automated trading? No, I have not done that. I don't think I could give it the keys. At the end of the day, it'd be a model that's working off outdated information, and I trade much more in the real time. So I have not tried to automate anything as far as having them trade or having it give me pure signals. Having it organize my own signals that I use, but that's about it.
Which subscription tier do you like pay for?
For what?
For Claude.
Oh, well, currently I have the max. But
that's how much?
That's $100 a month. I was at 200 when I was building the course and things because I was doing a lot of things at the same time. But now I just have jobs and I built all the local model stuff, so I don't use as much. I'm actually not even close to hitting my $100 a month limits anymore. So I should probably, if I turn it down though from that, I'm gonna suddenly start hitting it doing nothing. So I'm probably just gonna leave it there.
It's annoying because like I think I've like talked to it for like 5 back and forth messages, and then it'll be like, oh, you're all out, and so it's like I'm almost forced to upgrade. I mean, but definitely considering it.
Annoying. That's where having the local stuff do certain things has made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I should probably also cancel ChatGPT.
Let's see if we get a reoffer right here, right now. Otherwise, if we get over the OR mid, I'm probably just going to flatten this. What are you watching for the rest of the day?
Honestly, probably not much. Like I'd be content with not trading again, just because that short has me paid across multiple accounts. But I hate to say it, Nick, but this kind of looks good for longs off the 15-minute. That's a nasty wick, nasty candle.
It's got to die like right now, which so far
they're
it
trying.
is reoffering right at the last week's value area high.
Thing is, crude is still trying to push, so I don't know how much I trust this for longs, but it would be a good try.
What happened to my music?
Oh yeah, I finally learned. Well, I didn't learn, but Stowe finally put me on to like listen to music while streaming. And I'm like, is this what I've been missing out on? Is this what you and Nick just constantly do? Just have music in your ear while doing all this?
Have you felt it's been a good fit for you?
I only did it once. Maybe I should do it right now too.
So we need to increase a sample size because everyone in the chat could eventually congratulate Salma on realizing that she has ADD like most traders do, and that it actually helps them.
Nick, if there is someone who can multitask, it is me. Like I'm always doing like 1,000,001 things at once.
Yep.
And somehow it all gets done, and it's all, I give everything my full attention and effort for like 10 seconds at a time.
Yep.
And it works.
All right. Congratulations. Welcome to the club.
As Stowe likes to call it, welcome to the TISM.
Yes.
Oh my God. All right, I got something jamming now. I've been diagnosed as ADHD AF. That's funny.
There's 2 questions for me here. If I asked you to automate identifying absorptions, what are a few things you would look for? So I'm kind of working on some Delta things this week. I started like on Friday before I left. I was writing some things down that I wanted to test out, and I started playing with them yesterday. So I'm still kind of R&Ding the best way to not identify absorption. That's not what I'm doing, but looking for longer time frame or specific situations when, to use an OFL term, like when the delta kind of flips. So when situations like that happen at a swing high or swing low intraday. So I'm playing with a few things, but I have not finalized it. So more to come, but I don't have any good settings because I'm trying to base it off a few things. So I'll have more as I continue to play around, hopefully later this week when I have some time. But I may exit this. Don't love this bid. And then there was another one. Nick, do you know when Leo is planning to release the NT DOM and other stuff? Yes, the free DOM we are likely going to release next week. So stay tuned.
I know a lot of people waiting on that.
Mm-hmm. But it'll be out soon. I know we were doing a lot of documentation stuff, but I believe next Tuesday or Wednesday or something. I think we were going to release it, but don't quote me on that. Don't yell at me don't come at me with pitchforks if that is not the case.
Jim is so funny.
What did Jim do?
He posted pictures of us from the interview.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see the supercut and all the other fun stuff from this weekend.
Jim, I know you're listening. You could have used a better picture. Come on, Jim.
All right, sellers, come on. If that's all you got, I've lost faith in you for the rest of the week. Yes, the plan. I think the boys and I are going to be streaming next Tuesday in the afternoon, and we'll see if the announcement happens to be about the free DOM. More to come, as I said. If there's one thing with technology releases, you just never can quite promise an exact day or time of said release. But
plus, guys, they gotta hype this up. They can't just give you everything all at once.
Yeah, we gotta sell ad space for it. Kane wants to sponsor it.
Just trust the process.
Kane tried to get naming rights. Was it ever released a month or so ago? We had the beta out. And that's what people were kind of playing around with and using, was like an older version of it, just to get feedback and test some things. We were trying to see at scale, would it start to break? So far, so good. It did not. They tell us next week, every week. Welcome to any organization talking about their roadmap of products and upgrades. That's the truth. That is every organization of all time. Anytime something is on the roadmap or potentially going to be released, it's always coming soon, or next week, or very, very soon, or stay tuned. We will give you an update soon. Things like that. It's always how we're supposed to word things in technology releases.
Stay tuned.
But yes, guys, it's going to be next week. It's done. It's done.
Okay, chat, I went long Russell here. Small sizing, nothing crazy. Worth a shot, in my opinion.
Nick, your execution chart, how many days do you have to load? I don't have too many on this one because I have my long time frame chart, and because the MGI indicators, they just work. I don't have to pull the days. On my long time frame one, I usually have about 20 days, sometimes 60. When I was doing like the 1 hour chart for the weekly prep and stuff, that would be a much longer time frame as far as days to load. But sometimes it depends on your specs, your computer too. Depends on what you're trying to do. If you're on an execution chart, you really don't need a ton of days to load, especially if you have MGI indicators that just grab said data anyway. But volume profile on your execution chart, if you're trying to load like 60 days of it, there's not really a point.
Chris, nothing brave about it, honestly. It's just a setup. I see a setup that, I take on here every single day. It's worth a shot. But crude is it's still pushing, so
Salma, what was your favorite part of the weekend?
oh my God, dude. My favorite part of the weekend? That's tough. I don't know, but I feel like I didn't hang out with you guys much. Like I didn't really see you guys as much as I would have wanted to.
I mean, it felt like it went by too fast.
It
I
did.
enjoyed getting to meet some people in real life. That was kind of fun and
Yeah.
surreal, to be honest. But it was a cool experience. I also, I mean, I just had a good time. I think dinner with the team on Friday was a lot of fun, just to catch up to everybody. And then
Yeah.
I had a glorious cheeseburger by myself, standing in the corner at the bar after the event on Saturday, because I found a Five Guys in that little market area, and I was absolutely starving.
That's hilarious.
So I literally just like grabbed it and then stood in the corner at one of the high top tables and just like housed double cheeseburger alone. It's fantastic.
Someone goes, Salma, say the Ferris wheel. I didn't get to go on that, Mr. Butters. I don't know. Everything was fun. It was the whole thing. It was such a great time. And like you said, it went by a little bit too fast. Crude is it's on a tear right now. YM new low a day.
Perfect reoffer on the OR mid. Are we
Yeah,
going to get a new low?
This is not good. Yeah, Mike, it does look like a potential H pattern on the 5-minute. Yep.
Yeah,
I hate when
definitely.
there's sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it definitely looks like we want lower.
Yeah, I hate when there's conflicting reads across different time frames. It makes
Yep.
things that much harder. This looks like they're going to stop me out.
Holding for zero? Yes, we are holding for zero. It's end of times. No, I have a limit order at the week open.
I
So
love
we'll
that
see.
chat is starting to pick up on the H pattern. This is great.
The what pattern?
The H pattern?
I don't know what that is. What's an H
You can
pattern?
make me draw it out and stuff?
Draw the H. Yes.
I'll show it to you. It looks good on 5-minute. All right, can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like think of a lowercase h. You've got a straight shot down. And then buyers come in, try to push price up. They fail, sellers step in and start to push price back down, and it literally looks like a lowercase h. And that's exactly what just played out here. So, yeah.
I like it. I've never heard it called that, or maybe I have.
It's my favorite setup for like a short. And then you pair that with the 9 EMA. So like look where we retested the 9 EMA up here, couldn't get above it, and continued to push lower. But like I said before, there was conflicting reads on different time frames. The 15-minute looked really good for a push higher, hence why I went long. We'll see what happens there, though. Probably get stopped. More forward, yeah, you can say it's curling over. Isn't that basically just a bear flag? Nah. No, like a bear flag literally would look like a flag. Chat, are you guys short, long, sitting cash? What are we doing? I can't see poll results, unfortunately. Runner short, nice. Short, 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 long CL. Damn, that's a good long. Good job, Mike. A good eye on that. DG, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, but would I take another buy if I got stopped out? Depends if I see another setup. Not opposed to it. I may actually exit this break even if it comes close. Get ready to close out on it. Logan, Nick, what's your extension bar that Logan just mentioned?
Which extension bar?
I don't know. He says, I don't see it as a H pattern like Salma does. I always saw it like Nick's extension bar. What's that
I'll have
mean?
to explain. Nick, how do you treat your option levels? Just an added level of confluence to MGI levels. That's it. I don't use them. I don't trade
Jack.
off, hey, this is exactly where the gamma is in the room at this spot and this spot. Like I wait for overlaps with what I'm seeing on like volume profile stuff, as well as me watching for any sort of an reaction there on time and sales and the order flow stuff.
Okay, so Logan was talking about Jack.
Oh, I was gonna say I don't really use extensions.
Yeah, but I still don't know what he's referring to exactly. But hey, I mean, if it works, that's good.
It's funny. I was talking to Jack about extensions and his screener and stuff this weekend. So I'm gonna have to play around with some of the things we were talking about.
Yeah, get the sauce from him, Nick.
I know. I'm trying. Gotta get him to stop gatekeeping me, hiding all the money from me. No, I just I'm always interested in some other people's strategies too, and things that they found work, and finding aspects of it that I like and how I could integrate it into my own stuff. We all trade differently, but it's 100%. Jack and I, because we trade together almost every Thursday, but we overlap levels sometimes and completely two different ways of looking at the market. So I'm always curious why that is, and if there's another way to look at it that I could apply to other products and things too.
Yeah, it happens sometimes too when he calls something out and I'm like, dude, that's the 9 EMA on whatever time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. More than one way to skin a cat, guys. Gene, Salma, where do you enter on the H pattern? So For example, let's say you're on the 5-minute for ES, right? And you're watching this happen here where buyers step in, starting to push price up. You could literally wait for these two candles to form, retest the 9 EMA, see this failure, and you can enter right here. And then you would be targeting, new lows or whatever you would want to target. I would suggest new lows as your target. And then your stop could be like maybe the high of this candle here, be like a 10-point stop or so from your entry. And then your TP would be you'd have a 20-point trade there if it made new lows. But yeah, I always use the H pattern with the 9 EMA. Guys, make sure you thumb up the stream, please. Mr. Market, why didn't you enter? Because I was watching the 15-minute and I was watching this. Hammer candle formed. Long wick. Was expecting a reversal back up. Doesn't seem like we're going to get it, obviously. But yeah, there was conflicting read across the time frames. I didn't even see the 5-minute till chat pointed out, actually.
Nick, what purpose do you leg to leg? Sorry, I just lost it. Does leg to leg delta do? For me, it just kind of helps me track the delta by price for the current rotation that we are actively trading on, and it resets. Like it just reset up there at the OR mid, so it just kind of gives me a shorter time frame view on what's happening, and then I have another kind of version of it next to my DOM. So yeah.
But we're actually
releasing. We're releasing that, or we are. That's a complete lie. I'm not doing anything. Leo is releasing a version of that as a free indicator for all of you lovely folks that are using NinjaTrader. All I want is the week open. Are we not going to do that?
Your runner is about to start sprinting.
I hope so. Buyers just keep stepping in here for no reason. Does it help in decision making? Yes, Nathan. I use it in conjunction with entries because I'm kind of watching it for different spots on the current swing leg. And then it also helps me start to see like absorption or initiation and things like that. Like I use it in conjunction with that, the DOM, time and sales, the pull stack, all the other fun stuff with the DOM that's going to be released next week. Like you'll kind of start, it brings it all together, if that makes sense.
All right, nothing from me for now. I'll wait to see what CL does and then make my decision. That's crazy. Buyers had a really good shot at trying to push price up, and they gave it to the sellers. What'd they do, dividend cake? I think the time for the ceasefire ends at 4:50 a.m. Pacific time, I believe. That's what I'm seeing here on my end. Nick, what song are you listening to right now?
Oh, my music actually stopped again. What is going on?
Did you not realize until I said something?
Yeah, because I was literally watching or looking at a chart. I'm on my like punk rock playlist, so it's Blink-182 type and everything else, which is like my usual morning trading music.
I was just gonna say, isn't that what you always are listening to?
Yeah, it's like this kind of playlist. I just like the faster beat, the guitar. It's just vocals. It's just soothing to me at this time of day.
I like that. Someone goes the Unk playlist. I don't
The
think
Unk
so.
playlist.
That's not Unk.
That is like the millennial playlist right there, sir.
It is pretty. That's not Unk at all.
No, that is the TRL era, sir.
Now you've offended Nick. Good job.
Does anyone even know, I mean, does anyone outside of millennials even know what TRL is?
Let's look this up. MTV's TRL?
Mm-hmm.
Not
Salma had to look this up.
Total Request Live. I know what it is now.
What does that say?
The funny thing is I couldn't even hide it because as soon as I open up a new tab, I just get blinded by the light. You guys can see that I'm looking something up. Oh man. I can see Salma jamming a Slipknot. Sorry, no, that's not my music.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if that would be your vibe.
Nah.
That wouldn't be my first guess.
Although, like, I could do lighter, like a little bit lighter than that. It's a little bit too heavy for me. Does anyone here know Gaslight Anthem? It's a very small band. Salma knows GTL. Yeah, do you know what GTL is, Nick?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, come on. Gym Tan Laundry?
Oh. Yeah. No. Okay.
Oh my
really,
God.
buyers?
Whoa, there's some Gaslight Anthem like lovers in here. Cool. I saw them last summer.
What are we doing?
They opened up for the Counting Crows. It was a very cool concert. But Nick, I think you would like that.
It's possible. I don't know if I like what is happening to my trade here on another failed attempt to make a new low.
Bro, if they just stop me to rip this thing. All right, I think I'm going to attempt a short at CL, which is very risky here, considering how strong it is. And that will probably be the last trade of the day for me.
My leg to leg looks like I have it at 250. No, it's at 65.
Chill,
65 point rotations.
Don't drop without me. Oh, and Q didn't make a new low. ES did. That would be a bullish SMT, Chubby. Oh shoot, I failed.
You got filled long?
No, short CL. So let us see. I might also try a long Rusty. Might be worth another shot at this. And then yeah, I'm done after this. No more. What's 89.52 for you, Arrow Factor? Wait, is that? Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I don't use FVGs. Gym, tan, laundry, like the stream. Yep, NinjaTrader, you guys already know. GTL. What's up, Alex? All right, come on.
Oh, am I just gonna have to exit this?
Still a great trade, though.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. You just made like someone's weekly salary on a runner.
Yeah, don't worry. I've also lost someone's weekly salary before in a session or in a trade. So it's all about balance.
It's all relative. All right, this is a nice drop on TL so far.
Yeah, this is a double distribution so far. We'll see if we fill out this and it just turns into a balanced rotational day. Like if we were to kind of continue to fill in between 750s and 820s, or sorry, 840s, you'd see then suddenly a more even D distribution. But for the time being, it's starting to look that way. We'd have to continue to reject here off the overnight low or the VWAP previous week diary high. Otherwise, my run was probably cooked. We're just gonna be range bound, which that's what it looks like so far. Because sellers don't seem to have any desire to take us lower right now. They had all the time in the world.
No, this price action still wonky.
Nick, how do you link Claude with NinjaTrader? You don't. It's not like he connects to it. I'm dumping data and he's grabbing it from folders locally.
You should do a guide on how to use Claude as a trader. That would be cool.
That would be a whole. How much time do you think I have every day?
Probably a lot.
I think I've given away so much stuff for free as it is. I don't know how I could have time to even. I'm going to create a social media account that just is like, here's the 10 steps to unlocking financial freedom using Claude as a full-time trader.
Here's the step-by-step guide. You should do
I
it.
hate those. They like hurt my eyes to read.
Well, it's because people like to add a shit ton of fluff and.
Oh, I saw one because I still use like I still look for contract gigs every once in a while in my old world. So I see job boards, I see consulting stuff, and I saw somebody post about, how to automate job applications. And I'm like, no, none of this will work because the entire model is going to break trying to fill in forms. And it's like, this is just clickbait garbage. And that was written by AI and is posted via API to all of these platforms for purely just engagement farming. Like, it's so bad.
There's literally nothing I hate more on X than an engagement farmer. And there's so many of them.
And Hitman's actually right, because it would be pointless because it'll change next week. Exactly. I have a script that runs every Sunday that actually looks for the latest updates, new local models, like all of these new things. And Anthropic releases new stuff every day, it seems like. So it's really hard to stay ahead of the curve. And we're in that exponential growth period.
He goes, do it, but make it completely wrong. Man, dude, you are so wrong for that. That's messed up.
I don't need to tell Claude to do that. I can just let him go. Eventually, it's going to get worse and worse. It's going to degrade over time unless you babysit it. Because it starts getting lazy. Like it starts to, like when it does tasks every day and it like reads the markdown files for its memory, eventually it just starts getting lazy because it knows it's read that in the past. It knows it's run it before, and it starts skimming skill files that you've built. So it doesn't actually read them in total. It just starts like skimming them, and then it takes shortcuts.
So when that happens, are you like mean to Claude or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like the scene from Whiplash.
There's no like please and thank you.
Some days we're well beyond that.
Oh my God.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Jim.
Dude, you got a great trade going, Nick.
Thank you.
I like it. Salma, are you flat or you got a position?
No, I'm short CL and long the Russell, the mighty Russell.
The mighty Russell. I love it. Fantastic.
She sure was mighty this morning when I was trying to short her.
Yeah, things kind of turned around on us, didn't it?
Yep, I was there to catch that too.
Sweet. Very good.
Sweet.
It's great seeing you guys this weekend.
Yeah, it was so much fun.
You
too. I got to meet Salma for the first time in person.
That's right.
Got to hang out with Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should start a petition to let Deli know this should be a monthly type of meeting.
I could get behind that.
I don't hate it.
I swear to God, I could get behind that.
mean,
Where
you
do we
gotta
send the
basically-
emails?
I think you gotta just spam them, man. Just start spamming them.
You're gonna block us. I'm not doing that.
You guys are basically my coworkers, so yeah, I don't mind seeing you both regularly.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
gee, thanks, Nick. You don't mind.
I don't. It's actually fun. It does bring some realness into this world. It's fun.
Yeah.
No,
And
that
thank
was
you for
very
doing,
fun.
Thank you for doing those interviews in the 900-degree sun-filled hotel.
I feel bad for you, Jim. You were just out there managing it all day.
Yeah.
Jim's like, can you give me a coffee? Can you give me water? Can you do this? Can you do that?
well,
Jim needed
end,
an IV towards the end of that after standing out there all morning.
the last two was Pax and Stowe. Now, I was there at 9:30, and so this was about 1 o'clock. And Pax sends me a text. hey, I'm at the spa right now. Do you mind if I can I be a few minutes late? It's like, no, you could be 0 minutes late. Get your ass over here.
That's
But
PAX
it
for
was
you.
fun. It was fun. It was great talking to you guys, for sure, and looking forward to it going forward. So let's give these guys a round of applause for a great job. Very, very awesome. Appreciate you as usual. This afternoon, I think we have another stellar group of traders. We have Joey, XYZ, and Leo this afternoon. We'll see if Leo, sometimes every once in a while calls in sick or something like that. So we'll see. Nick, did you talk to him about how his move was going?
I have not talked to him to start this week. So.
Okay. All right. I know he's moving residence, I think. So, all right. Guys, appreciate you. I'm going to do an edge report. I will talk to you later this week.
Yep. Thank you, Jim. Bye, Nick.
Bye, guys.
Bye, chat.
All right, let's take a look at gold and see what's cooking here. So I have 2 days. This is a 30-minute candle. I have 2 days back to back here, and really what I was interested in is where are the volume profiles at. Now, on the left-hand side, you'll see the volume profile for the whole entire session yesterday. And then kind of moving forward here, you'll see a smaller one. You'll see a smaller one, which is just a regular trading hour volume profile. You could anchor it on the NinjaTrader platform. It's easy to do. And so that's kind of what I did. I wanted to compare the difference because oftentimes they're identical, but sometimes they're not. In this case, they weren't yesterday. We have a P-shaped distribution overall with the point of control all the way down here at 48.10. Now, there's a competing point of control a little bit higher at 48.27. Fast forward to regular trading hours, we ended up with a point of control a little bit higher at 48.34, and that's a little bit unique. That separation is a little bit unique, and we saw it yesterday. VWAP, we closed way above that. Fast forward to today, the session volume profile is really terrible. It's not a good look. It's not a Gaussian by any means. It's very stressed out. We started off just a systematic sell-off all the way into the London IB. We ended up at the point of control now. It just short of that 4,800 level, just short of that 0 DTE put support level, and that's where it stands right now. Now, I added, you guessed it, I added a volume profile on the regular trading hours just to see what kind of paradigm shift we could have related to the main one. And right now we see this point of control all the way down here at the bottom by this 1 day min, and that's at approximately 47.55. Remember that 1 day min is the expected range from MenthorQ that they generate every day and that I post on my charts. The other thing that's interesting is previous sessions lows. We've wicked through them once, twice. Buyers pushed them back in here. Let's take a peek at this. Let me just open this up a little bit better so everybody can see it. Buyers push this back up right now. So that 1 day min is support right now. 1 day min, previous sessions lows right in that area is support right now. Benchmark candle is red. That's not so good. Now, the targets on the downside, we have S2. We were talking about the pivot studies in the chat. And I think they're free. Daily pivots. A lot of folks use them. 47.17 spot 8 is that S2 on the downside if we start making new lows. I'd like to see a candle close below that 1 day min and then a candle close below that previous session's low. Below that, a lot of empty space all the way down to R3, which is probably not going to happen, but that's 46.22, give or take. Alternatively, if things turn around, we have an S1 level, another pivot level here. It's not all the way up to the IB low. It's not all the way up to the VWAP, but it's still a target on the upside, right? 47.79 spot 4. So I have my eye on that for a possible retracement back up, perhaps generating a short trade idea with a stop above that VWAP. But we'll see how it goes this afternoon. Anything is possible in this particular market. So let's shoot over to NASI now. Get that NQ up here. Let's let the data percolate a little bit. If you're in the chat today and we met at the Miami meetup, love to meet you guys. It was so much fun talking trading with the folks at the meetup. Just everybody, I was talking to everybody, and hopefully I was able to spend some one-on-one time with you, but it was super, super fun. So thank you for being part of that. All right, NASI. So same thing here, except, the point of control yesterday and the RTH point of control really, really similar. And we have that point of control ended at 26,730, right? 730s right now. It's about where we're trading right now. Let's fast forward to today and take a peek what's happening. We have a single break of the IB on the downside right now. We do not have a break of the IB on the upside. So it's a single. At 2:00, I'll give you updates on the 6-month look back at MenthorQ and let you know where we're at then. But right now, look at VWAP. VWAP sloping down. We have a benchmark candle here. That was a 30-minute candle between 10:30 and 11, and it's a red candle. So see, again, I'm looking for the same thing. I'm looking for a retracement back to VWAP this time, not necessarily a point of control, with the idea that, hey, maybe there might be a good short trade idea here because we have a 0 DTE call resistance right above there at 26,800. So I know where to put my stop. Now, if you wanted to be more conservative for this trade idea, again, it's just an idea. I'm not sure it's going to be any good or not, but this is what I'm thinking. If we kind of drive back up to that 26,800 level, that might be also a pretty good entry because now you got that point of control that you could think about from where's your stop going to go, right? We need to have an idea of where we're going to enter, where we're going to stop, and where we're going to get out. So again, I'm looking for a little bit of retracement back up, and I'm going to add a fib line later on today, and we'll see if we can get back up to that VWAP or even that 0 DTE call resistance. So that's the story of the NASDAQ. Appreciate everybody being here with us this morning. We had a great show for sure, and we're going to continue to have great shows this afternoon. Hopefully we'll see you there. 2:00 start with Shy. AKA Tracy is going to do an afternoon update, and then we will get right into another edge report, and we're going to go ahead and trade the close. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. Appreciate you all, and we'll see you this afternoon.